Good evening, everyone. We're reopening our meeting. We've moved from executive session into public session. Again, this is the Board of Selectmen's meeting for Yarmouth on June 19th, 2018. I'd like to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to move into public comments, but I do have something to say about that before we do so. First of all, in the last meeting, we had a couple of people who apparently were not accustomed to our meetings. We have a lot of business to transact, and we need to stick to our agenda. We also, during the public comment time, I asked people to limit their comments to 3 minutes so that we can proceed on an orderly basis to our regular agenda. I also need to say that our board works very hard, and we ask for respect from everybody that's here. And that means that people who wish to speak need to ask the chair if they can do so. And the decision of the chair is final in that regard. Standing up and hollering after the decision is made is not appropriate. So, if someone does that, they can expect that their privileges will be suspended for future meetings. And I don't say that lightly, but, we do expect people to respect the board and give us time to do our business. So with that, we'll open the meeting and to public comment. And Suzanne McAuliffe was good enough to send me an email asking if she could make a presentation.
Good evening, Suzanne McAuliffe, Yarmouth representative to the Assembly of Delegates, which is the county legislative body. I have not been before you since we approved our budget. This will be 3 minutes or less. I did not want it to go any further. We approved our budget in May. It's actually less than last year's budget. Last year's budget was 28.5, I believe. This year's is 27.3. We are still not using reserves to balance the budget. They have a new hire policy in so that you have to be a revenue generator to get a new position. They're doing the cost centers, which is trying to have each department be sustainable. So they're working towards that goal still. We are looking to the state to approve our early retirement, which, as you know, can save some money if you fill your retirees positions with people who are less experienced and may cost less. They are identifying more funding sources for their OPEB, which is the other retirement benefits. Grant positions are being reviewed, because, as you know, a lot of grants have strings attached. You bring someone in on a grant, and within 2 or 3 years, they need to go into an operating budget because of reductions or services. So we are doing a whole grant review countywide. And in general, the commissioners are looking to streamline and reorganize county structure and county government to make it as cost efficient as possible. This hasn't been past practice, but in the last 2 or 3 years, that's been the direction we've been going. So in addition to an operating budget of $27,354,113. The capital for the county this year was only $388,000, and that was $200,000 for the fire training academy, and then the health lab had 2 pieces of one equipment that needed to be purchased and one equipment that needed to be upgraded. And the health lab is going to be taking on more of the water quality testing and more kind of relevant services for the towns. The budget sometimes does get additional things through the year. If there's money available, Fire Training Academy, we just put another $45,000 into because it's been so successful and it is generating revenue. So as things become successful and revenue generating, then they sometimes have to be fed. I'm happy to come back with a more comprehensive list of what the county's up to, but I did not want to let any more time pass because we did pass our budget in early May, and between town meeting and election and your meeting schedule and our meeting schedule, it was going to get into the summer, and I thought that would not be a good idea. So thank you very much, and I will be back. If you have a list of things you want me to address, I'd be happy to, or I'll come up with a list on my own.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
update. Okay, great. Anyone else? Yes, Vita?
Vita Morris. I would like to know, Mr. Knappich, if the insurance company paid for repairs to the boardwalk at Grays Beach.
No, the insurance, we were declined insurance coverage for that. It was Community Economic and Development Committee funds that will be paying for that.
The insurance company did not
They
pay.
denied coverage for that.
Can I ask you, was this known a month ago when the drive-in people were in here with their presentation?
I believe the CEDC back in early May or late April took the vote to underwrite that, so we
So
were
it would have been-
notified shortly thereafter.
All right, thank you. In which case, I honestly cannot, I don't even, words fail me, how this board could, under those circumstances, allow the drive-in people to continue with the fantasy of building however many mile boardwalk, which is uninsurable. Honestly, it's beyond the pale. I wish somebody would explain to me why that's going on. And I hope that it will be put to rest very soon, so that they do not, it's not fair to them to think that they can be strung along and strung along. This is unbelievable, that we would, after something like this, we would allow another boardwalk to be built, which cannot be insured.
Thank you, Vita. Any other one? Any else? Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, my name is Jan Kubiak, and I just recently moved to West Yarmouth, and I'm very happy to be here with what I see as all great things going on. And I attended the June meeting of Yarmouth's Energy Committee and learned so much about clean energy and the green economy initiatives of the town. We'll soon have green community membership with eligibility for big grants in Yarmouth, a more energy-efficient building code, and the energy park where septage will be collected from participating communities to convert the waste to a biofuel. The Energy Committee was also a source of information about emerging technologies such as the Audi 8 in China that uses wireless charging for its electric vehicle, and solar lily pads that make electricity while floating on ponds. Yarmouth could easily become a destination for more reasons than beautiful beaches. We can become a model for other communities seeking to reduce greenhouse gases and benefit from the green economy. Statewide, the Omnibus Energy Bill, which includes a wide range of clean energy initiatives, just passed unanimously in the state Senate. Carbon pricing and dividend bills are being considered in the bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus of the U.S. House of Representatives and expected to pass this year. Yarmouth's central location and predisposition to climate change solutions put us in the right place at the right time. Vineyard Wind, by producing most of its energy when we need it most during peak production in winter, when energy prices are highest, the storage plan ensures that there will be power locally when it's needed for emergency services in the event of an outage. I urge the Board of Selectmen and all Yarmouth residents to collaborate with Vineyard Wind to replace fossil fuel energy with clean energy and negotiate the best terms and partnership possible for the town. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Hello, and thank you, Board of Selectmen, for giving us your time today. My name is Justin Ingold, and I'm a third-generation resident of Yarmouth. I also manage the Surf Comer Hotel on South Shore Drive. So I prepared this for the last meeting, but I didn't get my chance, so I'm going to try to read it now. I've come here tonight to express my support for the Vineyard Wind project, from building a town sewer system to maintaining our public spaces to a host of more mundane budgetary requirements. I'm sure you, our selectmen, would have no shortage of ideas on what to do with an additional influx of revenue. As a town, I hope we negotiate a good deal with Vineyard Wind and then work with them to bring the cable into our town so we can receive the benefits provided in the host community agreement. As per usual, I know there is some opposition, and if there are valid concerns, we should work with Vineyard Wind to address them. But while I think credible concerns should be addressed, I just haven't heard any yet. I've heard ones that have sounded credible and caused me pause, that they're going to need to dig an 800-yard trench, that our town water wells will be contaminated somehow, or that this is Cape Wind in disguise. But when I look into these, I learn that they are simply not true. Finally, as the operator of a family-run hotel that has now spanned 3 generations in Yarmouth, I do feel the need to put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. Down on South Shore Drive, our hotels depend on our beaches to survive. And more, our beaches are needing to be propped up by dredging projects. On one hand, we see our livelihood being pecked away at by rising seas, and on the other hand, we're getting letters from FEMA telling us to expect our flood insurance premiums to rise 15 to 18% each year indefinitely. In actuality, ours went up 24% just last year. Now, I'm not saying that this wind project is going to magically ebb the tides, but it would be plainly disingenuous of me to oppose renewable energy projects out of one side of my mouth and complain about losing our beach and paying too much in flood insurance out of the other. For these reasons, I think we should welcome this project to help it move forward. I think we've got a good opportunity presented here, and we should strive toward making it work for our community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, everybody. Jim Wolf from Yarmouth Port. I just wanted to thank you because I didn't get a chance at the last meeting. Surprise that you all chose to ask the town staff to continue talks with Vineyard Wind about bringing this cable ashore. I think that's a great thing, and I think that the revenue piece is huge. I'm kind of curious about that process because we are negotiating a deal, and if we have some kind of input, suggested negotiations. I know at Cape Air, I've worked a lot of these contracts, and I just want to know, who should I call? Like, how does that process work if I want to put some input into the town staff as they negotiate? Is that just the town administrator, or yes?
That would be the first point of contact, yes.
That's fantastic. And, the gentleman before me spoke about negative reactions, and we got to watch out so we don't get took and stuff. I think as many townspeople who have experience, I'd like to think that the administrator would be open to hearing those things. The one that pops up is this thing about a fixed rate of return to the town. That there would be some kind of flat fee that would go out for 25 years, and I just really, or 20 years, I really think it's very important that whatever the developer has coming into them when they sign their contracts for the kilowatt hours that they're going to be selling to the utilities, theoretically, that if there's an escalator in that the town participate in those increased revenues at the exact amount, at least. So if at the 5-year point it goes up 3%, what the utilities have to pay them, then I would like to see a point like that brought into our contract. We're a partner, and partner usually means you share in the money as it goes up. Thank you very much for your vote last time, and let's keep going on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I know, Mary, you had called earlier asking for some time to speak. It was, go ahead. We'll get Tom after that.
Thank you. Mary Vilbon, Executive Director of the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce. I just have a couple of invitations to you and a couple of updates. On Saturday morning at 9:30, we have a ribbon cutting at the inflatable park for the Lazy River. So I hope that someone from the town can attend. This is one of the biggest attractions we have in Yarmouth. It would be wonderful to have town representation there. We also have another ribbon cutting next Tuesday afternoon at 2 p.m. in Yarmouthport at the Compass Rose, so I hope you can attend that as well. I also wanted to bring you up to date that Chronicle was in town last week from Tuesday to Friday. They'll be featuring Yarmouth in the main streets and back roads next week. It was not about tourism, but it was about the quality of life in Yarmouth. I will be meeting tomorrow on the phone with the executive producer again, but I will send you the link and also the date that it will be airing. They told us that it will probably air twice this year and probably 2 times for the next 3 years. So we're really proud that we were able to bring that to Yarmouth. Also wanted to let you know that we're just about to complete the sand sculpture trail. This was the first year that the chamber took over the management. By Thursday, we'll have 33 finished sand sculptures. It is also the largest sand sculpture trail in the U.S. So this year, Chronicle is going to feature it, NECN, Fox 25, and it will be the feature article on Cape Week, the week of the 4th of July. So we're really proud of the coverage that that's getting. And the last thing is, I know at the last 2 select board meetings, Ms. Post had brought up the discussion about the relationship with the chamber and how can we build on that. I also had a discussion with the chair this morning on the phone, which was seemed to be very well received. And what we would like to do is invite the select board to meet with our executive committee 4 times a year. It seems that some of our goals are in line with some of your goals, and we're looking to strengthen our partnership and see how we can work together better.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Nicanello from the village of Bass River in this wonderful town of Yarmouth, Board of Selectmen. I brought my smartphone today because I'm going to be smart about this, and we're ticking down. So I rise to the occasion tonight to talk about the blighted home situation. I'm kind of hoping that we take a good deep dive into what's going on with this very small amount of homes that we have in town. Some of these people have some real some concerns and some hardship, and creating a bylaw, to me, I really don't think that's the avenue we should be taking the approach. As you know, in April, this community had come together like we've never seen before, and I know the spirit is out there that we can pitch together in a volunteer basis on a community-wide to help maybe 100 homes out of the 23,000 we have here to actually help these people. Myself, I think I'd rather have them pay the property tax than a fine. So I'm urging you to maybe a task force or something, but a deep dive before we start making some policy about how high your grass is. So thank you. It's a good day to have a good day, so good day.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other further community input? All right. Seeing none, we'll move forward with scholarship presentations.
Good evening, and thank you for providing this time. I know your time is of the essence, so we'll move right along with our presentations. It's my pleasure to present the 2018 Town of Yarmouth Scholarship Awards to our worthy recipients, some of whom are here tonight. I'm Dr. Thomas Kerr, and I chaired the Scholarship Committee again this year. First, I want to thank our committee for their time and effort and their special insights that they brought to the selection and award process. These members are your own Tracy Post, our superintendent, Carol Woodbury, and 3 town representatives, Sandy Rubenstein, Danielle Hayward, and myself. We are here tonight to celebrate these awards because of the generous donations and the ongoing support from the town of Yarmouth. Our funding is received from 3 specific sources, as you probably know. The first and major one is the Frederick Howe Educational Endowment Fund. The second is from the taxpayers of the town of Yarmouth who contribute to this fund through their generous and separate donations on their tax bills. And the third is from the Ellen Chase Scholarship. And we thank you all for continuing this support. This year, we were able to distribute $18,000, the most ever, to 15 deserving students. Over the past 24 years, we have awarded 597 scholarships, totaling $368,300. This is a great program that the town has developed, and we all should be proud of its ongoing commitment that the town has made to this worthy civic project. And on behalf of all the recipients, those here tonight and those not, I thank you all for your continued support. Each application had specific and often powerful expressions of why this award would make such a difference in both their present situation as well as in their futures as they pursue goals and dreams. Our committee reads each application carefully and separately and considers their personal statements essential in the award process. We were often touched by statements demonstrating both persistence and a grateful spirit to the town for its contribution to them. One student wrote, "I am very grateful to the town to have been given the opportunity to prove myself as a capable and dedicated student. The town provides assistance to become exception and succeed." Another wrote, "I have been turned on to the issues we have facing us here on the Cape." And finally, still at the core of these educational experiences that I've had lies my drive to make a genuine difference for the people of Yarmouth and its neighboring towns. These comments are indicators of the lives being moved to make a difference in the world and make us all realize the scholarship program is a great benefit to our town and the students that we support. And now let me call up the students with the help of Carol to receive their awards and to congratulate all of them. And I think at the end of that, we may have a picture taken with all of you, and we'll move forward with that. But thank you for us being here, and I think we're pretty close to our 3-minute time limit here. So, Curtis Anderson. Curtis was a recipient of our award last year. Congratulations, Curtis. Best wishes.
Curtis, if you just want to stand here, we'll get everybody.
Just kind of hang out there on the wall.
Only right now, but you won't be for long.
Declan Burrell. Declan, congratulations. Mm-hmm. Samuel Capobianco. I practiced that too. Congratulations, Samuel. Matthew Carbonaro. Some are working actually far away from here, so some of us will not be able to be present for us tonight. Stephanie Cavallero. Congratulations, Stephanie. Good meeting you. Michael Shula. Michael, congratulations. Alexis Hartnett. Okay. Haley Hastings. There we go. She's one of our older recipients this year.
No.
Congratulations. Jennifer Kime.
Another mom. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just wanted to say Jennifer wanted to be here tonight, but she's actually up at Wellesley Country Club receiving the Francis Wilmette Scholarship this evening. So she was
Isn't
very
that
thankful,
wonderful?
and she wanted to make sure that she was, saying thank you to everyone. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Jacob McCarthy.
Hi, Laura.
Congratulations again.
Jacob thanks everyone. He couldn't be here tonight, but it's truly appreciated.
Thank you, Laura.
Serena Mitchell. Congratulations, Serena. Julia Nicole.
Nichols.
And Kimberly, the sister of Julia. Neither. Elizabeth Sellens? No? Okay. And our last, but certainly not least, Drew Weinert. Yes. And now I think if we could take a moment of your time to take a picture with all of you, as we did last year.
And you as well.
I think they like to do that first, and then.
Tracy just said both of you. She said, and you also. Does that work? To try that.
Town administrator gets it.
That's okay.
So you're going to get, yeah.
Sorry. Tom. I think they want you over there. That makes Debbie off balance. You've got a whole realm of excuses, don't you?
Beautiful.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Oh, I pushed them back because I didn't want to step.
This may deplete your audience a little bit.
That's okay. It's just so wonderful to see hard work rewarded.
Yes. Well, that cleared out.
Well,
Not here for
it
this.
certainly did. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, we're just really going to do an update at this point. We had an executive session earlier this evening, part of which covered the status of the Parkers River Bridge project and potential land takings. No decision was made during that meeting, and so we're not taking a vote at this time with regard to land takings, but we wanted to update the public certainly on the status of the project. So.
I'm Kathy Williams, town planner. The town's been working on widening the Parkers River Bridge from the narrow 18 feet to 30 feet for many years now. There's a lot of benefits associated with this project as far as restoring the tidal flushing of the upper Parkers River estuary. It's going to decrease our nitrogen loads up there. We're also going to have a nice new bridge and a lot of different streetscape amenities, so it's going to look better as well. All the funding for the construction is in place. We have a significant number of grants from Hurricane Sandy to NOAA to NRCS, as well as CPA funding. Our consultant currently is working on finalizing the plans that needs to be reviewed and approved by Mass DOT, because it is a Mass DOT bridge. And we've also gotten all of our permitting, except we're just awaiting issuance of the Chapter 91 as well as the final NEPA certification, or the FONSI, saying finding of no significant impact. We are hoping to go out to bid this fall. Unfortunately, we had hoped to start construction this fall, but I think it's actually going to be delayed until springtime. As Norm mentioned, that in order to construct the bridge and maintain it and put in utilities and drainage, we are going to need to have some temporary easements, permanent easements, and some very small land takings directly near the bridge. We have been working with the different abutters, and we've gotten some appraisals done for the easements that we need. But unfortunately, the two property owners on the south, we weren't able to reach a voluntary conveyance. So that was what was included in the packet tonight for the board's consideration, was as an order of taking to move forward with those. Unfortunately, in a team meeting that we had this afternoon, we found out that the layout plan isn't quite as far along as we thought. There will be no changes to the easements needed or the square footages or anything like that, but there's a little bit more work that needs to be done before Mass DOT's chief engineer can sign off on it, and we need them to sign off on it before we can record it, and you guys can take the formal vote on the order of taking. I don't know if I missed anything.
No, that's most of it, as is always the case with these public construction projects, especially where the state's involved. There's a lot of prerequisites before we can get down to an order of taking or even a voluntary grant. The plans have to be in place. They have to meet not only town protocol, but state protocol, and they have a number of requirements. It also has to meet the requirements of the grant program. So we're just really finalizing the plans. The plans aren't changing, as Kathy said. We've gone into some negotiations. We're willing to continue those negotiations on the involuntary land pieces. But we're just about there, and I anticipate once we can get a final plan, which is, again, based on just finalizing the form at the Mass DOT level, that we'll be back before you pretty shortly to finalize whatever either acceptance or takings that we have to do with respect to the various property owners. And then it'll be in Mass DOT's court to do some takings on top of takings, so it gets a little complicated. But we're close.
Okay. Good. A couple of questions. First of all, timing of construction. You might want to touch on the restrictions, Kathy.
Yeah, this is it seems like a relatively small project. It's a small bridge, but it is on a state-numbered highway that is a main traffic route for all of Cape Cod. There's specific time of year restrictions for when you can be doing any work within water that's going to create any type of silt situation. Basically, we have very short periods of time from like November 15th through January 15th, which we could install sheeting to do the work. Behind the sheeting is okay, but you have to install the sheeting during that time, or it's like June 30th through September 1st. And unfortunately, Mass DOT also has restrictions on not wanting to have any road work done on state-numbered roads on Cape Cod from Memorial Day to Labor Day. So we really have a lot of crunches, and that's why sometimes things, when they get delayed, it's not just a couple months. You have to wait until you can hit that time of year restriction opening when you can actually start installing the sheeting to do the work.
Okay. All right, good. And Jay, you mentioned we've had, without going into details, negotiation with owners around the bridge where there were requirements for easements and land takings and so forth. And I guess our preference would be to avoid a public taking of land, and I think we're still working at that at this stage.
Hold out hope to the day you sign it and have to file it, and even afterwards there can be other accommodations if necessary. Kathy's done a remarkable job in terms of staying in contact with the property owners and other stakeholders. There's a number of different kinds of agreements that we've employed with respect to all affected property owners. We can be fairly creative. There are some things we can't do, but when we're talking about value of land or perhaps some concessions with respect to the construction protocols, we're happy to engage in that. There are some limitations on what we can do and how far we can go within appraised value to still qualify for grants, but we're willing to push the envelope with any of the property owners. We've had good success so far, and we would hope, of course, that the remaining property owners who are uncomfortable with it so far would come to the table and have a chat with us.
Okay. Any questions from the board at this point?
No.
No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're ahead of schedule, and we have public hearings scheduled for 6:50. So I think we'll. Excuse me.
Golf bond anticipation?
Yeah, I think if we can proceed with the golf bond anticipation note, I think that would be beneficial at this point, and then we'll come back to the public hearings at the appointed time. So.
Is Pat coming for that or anybody?
Yeah,
She is.
Pat and Jim.
Oh, really? All right.
Well, they should be here.
Okay. We want to check, and we'll see if we can move ahead with that.
We have the DY conversation. We could do that.
Yeah, we can. Let's wait for Dan to come back and see if... All right, well, maybe rather than continue to wait for Dan to return, the next item on our agenda was the DY school negotiations, and I know we had some correspondence from the town of Dennis with regard to reopening the negotiations with
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes.
there is one piece of the golf business related to rolling over the ban or the bond anticipation note. I don't know if you would have time to address that now, and signatures are required on the borrowing note as well.
Okay, well, certainly we could do that and continue with the report then, as the
And
staff is available.
I can give you a brief explanation.
Dan just went to see if Pat and Jim were here to participate, so
Okay.
we've moved on to something else for now.
Okay, this, I don't know if this requires them to be involved.
Oh, well, he
Okay.
seemed to believe it did.
Well, I think he's going to be covering the operations
The operational
report.
aspect as opposed
Okay.
to the borrowing.
Okay, all right.
Dan, if you don't mind, can we move forward on the borrowing piece?
Okay, why don't we do that then? But that's fine.
What we did was, excuse me, we borrowed short-term for the golf course, the $2 million of renovations to the Bayberry Hills Golf Course. And what we did was, until that work is complete, you do a bond anticipation note. And then after the work is complete, then you can borrow permanently. So what we're doing is we're actually rolling over that bond anticipation note. And we may continue to do that until there's more debt drop-off or debt runoff in golf, so that when we have to pay both the principal and interest, they're not also paying principal and interest on previous amounts that they owe. So this is just a routine matter of authorizing or voting for the debt drop-off, or I'm sorry, the debt rollover for the ban. And if you authorize that, then we have some signatures that we would require from you, and then that goes to our bond advisor, and we have to deliver that to them tomorrow.
So this is just a rolling the short-term financing?
That's correct.
Is it on the same terms?
It isn't. It changes every year based on what the current interest rates are. So we are borrowing at 2.3%, and the spread was, or the bids were from 2.3% to 3.4% for the short-term borrowing.
And that's what we're going to be rolling it at 2.3?
2.3%.
Okay.
What's the benefit of continuing a short term instead of doing the long term?
If we did the long term, then the golf department, we would be compounding their financial issue, because they would not only be paying principal only, which is what we're doing with this short-term borrowing, they would have to pay both principal, I'm sorry, they're paying interest only. And if we actually permanently borrowed this, we'd be paying both principal and interest. So we're waiting for their principal payments and interest payments on other debt to come off the books, so that this will fit better in their financial picture.
So ultimately, that's going to cost more to the town in the long term.
It will replace the current debt that they currently have, so we're looking at that being the same amount that they're currently paying for debt service.
They're paying the same amount, but in the long term of the expenditure of $2 million, it's going to cost us a lot more money to do it instead of doing a long term. And
That depends on where the interest rates go.
Do you have any idea in terms of just a rough projection as to when you think golf will be in a position to do the long-term financing?
I think it's 2 to 3 years their other debt comes off the books.
About 2 to 3 more years?
Right.
Okay, so we're looking to continue rolling the short-term portion for that period of time? Is that the projection at this
unless
stage?
the financial picture of the golf course changes. Yes.
I'm not comfortable with this at all. I mean, I understand the need to do it, but what's the difference in the principal and interest if you went long-term? How much are you saving by doing this in a monthly payment, for instance?
We don't know that until we go to actually get the bond. So if we weren't going to roll this over in a short-term basis, then we would have had a rating call with S&P this past spring, and then we would have the long-term borrowing in line for this particular period of time. But because of, again, the financial situation for golf, we didn't think that was prudent.
So you're telling me we had planned to do a short-term in our budget? And
That's
not
correct.
the full interest and principal?
That is correct.
And we still were short already?
Still,
In that budget projection. So this isn't saving us any more money. This is what we budgeted for, just the interest payments continuing.
that's correct.
Isn't this really supporting the financing until we can afford to do the long-term borrowing so that we can get the principal reductions at that time?
Absolutely, yes.
Just extend the
Was
life.
that part of our original projection for the golf course?
We didn't have a date when we were going to particularly do that. And also, because the work hadn't been completed until the spring, you can't do the long-term borrowing until the work is completed.
Okay.
They need to see the asset completed, so it wasn't feasible unless the work was completed before February, when we would normally have a rating call.
Okay.
My problem isn't with the current situation. My problem is with the situation
Fully
that we
understand.
went for $2 million when we said we could afford it and we couldn't, and here we are.
I understand your frustration.
Yep.
Yeah.
But this compounds not only the length of time we're going to owe the money, but the overall cost to the enterprise fund. It's not saving them any money.
Yeah, we're just, it's about trying to balance the books.
Right.
As
Yeah.
opposed to, saving the long-term money, frankly.
So how much are we talking about in terms of principal being rolled over?
It's that we haven't paid down any principal, so it,
Oh, but how much is the bond for?
and as you may recall, we supplemented the $2 million with some other appropriations that we already had. So the borrowing for on a short-term basis is going to be $1,860,574.
Okay. So we normally would, if we turn that into long-term financing, that would be over what period of time?
That would be something we would decide when we did the long-term financing, given, what we project for what's happening with the golf department, what the long-term future is of golf, and how we might look to run the golf department.
Typically, though, it's 20 years?
I would say no longer than 20 years, because, when are we going to do the next golf course improvement? When are we going to need to, renovate the course again? We wouldn't want to have the bond stretch out longer than the useful life of the golf course improvements.
So typically, it's going to line up with the life of the improvement.
That's correct.
Okay. So in terms of principal amortization, it's roughly $100,000 a year, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Sure.
A little less than that, but in that general neighborhood.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So that $100,000 is being deferred essentially for another Is it, how long is the short
I
term?
would say, it depends. So we can, because the course has been completed, we can try to borrow that for next year, have that as a part of our budget, or we can look at the debt drop-off as it relates to golf and find which year it fits in so we're not increasing the amount of money that they're paying each year. So that's a decision we can make as we go into the FY 2020 budget process.
What would the term of this note be? The short-term note?
1 year.
1 year. Thanks.
I'm sorry, what was that?
1 year.
1 year.
1 year. You know, I guess, you know, I certainly understand the discomfort and the frustration at this point. I think as we look at projections for the future, I think we should be anticipating in those projections that we're going to immediately turn that into long-term debt, and that we would be responsible immediately for amortization of the principal, so that we have a full understanding of what the cash flow commitments are.
And we can do that, and we can also do it such that when there is the drop-off sufficient to pay for this without increasing the overall operating costs of the golf department, you can see that projection as well. So you could look at, you know, both of those different scenarios into the future.
Is that acceptable from Standard & Poor's for, or customary practice to continue to do short-term after the project?
Yeah, the state actually extended the amount of time that you can borrow on a rolling basis. So yes, it is acceptable. And all of the other things that we're doing are setting us up, you know, hopefully for maintaining our bond rating and ideally increasing it.
All right. Does the entire board need to sign the?
Yes. And I think we can do it with a 4/5 vote as well.
Okay.
So I think what there would be is a motion to approve the borrowing, have a vote. That would be recorded as part of the minutes, and then we would have you all sign it.
I will move to approve the borrowing.
I'll second that. I think we've all expressed our frustration, but are there any further comments or questions at this point?
Unfortunately, we don't have any other options.
Yeah. So, all right. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. We'll move forward. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you ready, or, okay.
Mr. Chair.
I didn't know if you wanted to sign now or.
Yeah, we can send that right around.
Sure.
I wanted,
Well,
My collective treasurer is a taskmaster. If I don't come back with that, I'm in trouble. Thank you very much.
I wanted,
2 sheets this time.
because golf was on the agenda tonight, I wanted to give you an opportunity to get a quick update as to where we are on the recapture recovery plan. It's been a challenging spring, to say the least, but there's no shortage of hard work that's been put into the results that we've seen so far. So I asked Jim and Pat to give you a quick briefing in anticipation of a further update later this summer, but this is a good time to, as we get ready to close the books on the golf for this year, a good time to get an update.
okay. Great.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Pat Armstrong, Director of Community Services, and Jim Armentrout, Director of Golf here in Yarmouth. In your packet, you found a memo that spoke about our accomplishments and challenges since we met with you back in March. And we have end of May results for you and promised some additional updates for June numbers since the memo was written. I'm pleased to say there's some very good things that are happening at the golf courses. One of the biggest pieces, of course, is the construction is done, and we've been able to open the front 9 at Bayberry Hills. Jim's here to answer questions specific to that and to announce a ribbon-cutting opportunity that we'll do before the end of the month to acknowledge that project and its completion. We also were able to open that Memorial Day weekend, which was really quite our goal, and with being persistent and on the contractors that came in on time. And we're still within budget, so we're very pleased about that. The new superintendent has been working very hard getting the courses ready. We've gotten some really good reviews from golfers, both members and visitors, of the conditions not only of Bayberry but also of Bass River. The greens are in good shape, the fairways. The rough has been cut down a bit more, making many golfers very happy.
It's still frustrating. And it's just because we're in it too often.
Yeah. I thought you were supposed to hit in the long stuff and not the short stuff. That's what I do all the time. In terms of revenues, we were down year to date, 7.8% at Bayberry and almost 78,000, but we look through May that we're doing pretty well, and in June we're looking to, we're trending now at 311,000 in revenue at both the courses through the 17th of June, so our anticipation of 575,000 in revenues for just the month of June is on target if the weather god continues to work with us, and it has been, and through next weekend we're supposed to have good weather, so we're feeling pretty positive about that. Our membership revenues are up 13% for the month of May compared to the month of May in 17 and 16, so we're seeing memberships growing and some members coming back. I don't have an actual number of how many memberships we have at the moment, but I know our monies are growing. We have a bit more to do to get some members back in, and we are putting out a past member survey to talk to those who were with us and have gone other places and or have stopped golfing altogether, to see if we might entice them back with an offer of a free round and to come see the new course and see what's happening and see the changes we're making with the new superintendent now here for 5 months, almost 6 months?
January.
Yeah, since January. So we're excited about that and think that might show very well with some of our former members who have a perception of what the course conditions are that don't, they're much above those perceptions now. We've had some challenges finding staffing for our food service at both courses because it's that time of year when the J1s aren't here yet. The college kids are just getting here, but our golf season is booming, right? It's May, it's sunny, and we're having a hard time finding people, but we were able to secure a professional restaurant manager, and he's starting, he started last week. He's working part-time for the next 2 weeks as he gave his notice, as he should, to his present employer, and he'll be starting full-time next week, and we're excited to see the changes. He'll be focusing primarily on the Bayberry Hills location. The Bass River location is doing very well, and Heather Gatchell, who's been our food service manager, will be staying at that location. We're starting to fill up with events and rentals. We had a retirement party for 4 teachers from Ezra Baker last week, which had great response and a lot of people attended. And our revenues for the restaurants are actually helping the bottom line. And through May, we're at a $66,000 profit in the restaurants with expenses, salaries, and consumables. So we're feeling pretty pleased about that. Finally, as I said, we look at our numbers. We see that they're going up. We heard you about overtime and controlling expenses and setting goals, and we've implemented some austerity measures of overtime needed to be approved. But overtime is necessary because a 40-hour week is designated for a 5-day week. We have a 7-day-a-week operation, and we need 4 hours every Saturday morning and every Sunday morning with a crew at both courses to set the holes, to set the course, to do every morning. It's a different setup, so you need someone out there before the first players get out. They go out at 5:30 in the morning, and they work till 9:30 on the weekends, and there's usually a crew of 4 at each course. So we've done what we could to control our overhead. We've cut down on our expenses. We stopped purchasing anything that wasn't already sold. So if you wanted a new golf club, you got fitted for it, you tried it out, you ordered it, then we ordered it and brought it in, and it was paid for. We took our inventory that was in the basement that hadn't turned over in the last 3 or 4 years, and we have been having a sale every day. There's racks out front, and we've got things on discount, and we've got and then we had a tournament in, and it rained like the dickens, and they were gonna play anyway, and they bought all 20 rain suits we had in the space, because we cleared out that day of that. But we're doing everything we can to bring in revenues without spending money and finish the end of the fiscal year within our goal and what we are calling break even. And if we hit that 575, we're hoping that that will happen. But it hasn't come without effort, not just from Jim and I, though we're the two you see, but there's a team out there that's working pretty hard. There's a group of maintenance guys that are busting to get those courses back in shape. There's pro shop people to make sure that tea times are getting booked and people are getting good service when they get to the course, and there's food service specialists that are trying to feed people good food and entice them to come back beyond hours, as we've done selling special nights for Thai food and steamers and lobster rolls, and there's good food happening over at Bass River Grill, so, and with a great view. You know, I didn't want to insult your intelligence by trying to bribe you with food, but, you know, I might.
It was working.
Yeah. it really.
Taco night tomorrow.
A taco night on Wednesdays for $3 a piece, I think. So it's good. The attitude is good. They're tired. We've been holding down on staff numbers and pushing people hours in. They're tired already, and it's only June, but we'll get the rest of the staff on board and get those people who have been beating themselves up all through May and June a little rest to make it through the rest of the season. Is that helpful?
I hope so. You know, I think waiting with eager anticipation a long-term look as you know what we're going to do, but you know, certainly other questions from the board at this point.
Pat, you mentioned the gross contribution of restaurant to the overall bottom line is $66,000. Is that the tentative net profit of the restaurants?
Well, the restaurants were.
I'm just curious as what you mean by the gross contribution.
Well, when we looked at direct expenses, salary and consumables, not being able to pull out the electricity, the overhead types of pieces. So we saw that the staffing and the consumables versus the revenues, there was a $66,000 gross profit. Now we'd have to do a larger analysis to break out those in-kind services, the payroll piece, the overhead for utilities, and that sort of thing. But just in terms of bottom line, because they've never been really pulled out, it's all been one operation, we're $66,000 ahead than we were last year, right?
Well, we're $44,000 ahead of where we were last year, contribution-wise.
Okay.
Last year, at the end of the year, the restaurants were positive $7,000. So if we hold everything equal from here in, we would have a contribution of $51,000, which is substantially more than we've ever gotten from any contractor over the period of time. And as Pat said, the trajectory is positive. Not only are the revenues up, but the expenses are down, which is pretty incredible when the whole the whole thing is done. But we've talked about this over time. It takes a while to get these things going and establish a customer base and getting people coming back. And Pat's been instrumental in livening things up as well. She's about to work everybody to death, but other than that, it's going great. And I think, as I say, if we can bring some additional professional type people in at Bayberry, it'll help significantly as well.
The other question, Pat, is you said you believed if the weather holds, you could be within approximately $25,000 of breaking even or not utilizing all the credits. Are the credits the combination between the amount of money that was allocated at town meeting and the reserve account? Is that what you mean by the credits?
Yes, sir.
Those two combined figures? Thank you.
Did you want to mention, Pat?
A couple of things. There's a number of things. I wanted to give Jim a little chance to talk about, well, there's a few things. One, the Zoning Board of Appeals heard our request for licensing for live music on the deck at Bass River, and there were some concerns, primarily from our neighbors across the river, but there were 1 and 2 from George Landing's Flats that were concerned. So they asked if I would have some entertainment come in and play, and so I've secured Kathy Taylor and Bob Dunlop, who are 2 of the 3 members of the Skiffs, which is a local band that people are familiar with, and they're going to come and play from 5 to 8 this Saturday at Bass River, and they'll be on the deck. They have a 1 amplifier, a guitar, it's a folk guitar, and Kathy plays percussion, and they do 2-part harmony, and we're going to play outside to see how that noise travels across, and we're also going to have them inside with the doors open and the windows open to see how that noise travels across and see if they feel, and the Board of Appeals are going to actually cross the river and stand over in Dennis on the road and see what they hear, and they're also going to go down to our neighbors next door and stand in their yards and see how noisy and how disruptive that is, because that's the type of background type of music that the town would want to provide there. Not, if we were to have a reception after the high golf season for a wedding, and it were there, then the dance floor and the music would be contained within the building, and we'd close the windows and doors, because that type of boom, boom, loud music would travel and be disruptive. So we would keep that indoors. But the ambiance, having a little light jazz, not jazz, more like folk music out on the deck, would certainly change the atmosphere and attract people, because people follow these musicians and they go to where they play all year. So that is tonight. If people are watching, it's open to the public. There's no cover charge. There's no minimum drink amount. There's no food applicable.
Minimum drink amount, that's illegal.
See, I knew I'd say something. Remember the day that you had to buy 2 drinks or whatever? That doesn't happen anymore. So the doors are open. We have our capacity that we're allowed, and people are certainly welcome to come and between 5 and 8 and hear them as our guests. So that's one piece. Secondly, Norm, you had said you're looking forward to some information. I've put together an RFP that Dan has been looking at today, and Rich hasn't had a chance to, and I hope he will tomorrow. But it's a 100-foot view of what we're doing. There's a number of companies that would come in and have come in to our neighbors in Sandwich and Hyannis and Brewster, and they'll come and they'll look at 6 or 7 different parts of your program and give you an idea of what you're missing and where they feel you're at compared to your competition, and make some recommendations. They don't write a 400-page report. They'll give you an executive summary that will look at operations both in the pro shop and your pricing, your pricing of tee times compared to your competitors, your maintenance costs based on what your greens fees and your membership fees are, and if you're in the ballpark with others, what you should expect from the investment that you're making. They'll look at the slope of your course and how that impacts how people like to play it and when they want to. They'll look at the weather for the last 5 years and evaluate playable days and what your playable tee sheets looked like. They'll look at your marketing plan. They'll look at they'll analyze how you utilize technology to reach back to those who have played with you before, and they'll come up with recommendations of going forward in the future and where they feel would be successful for the town. Now, there's 4 companies that we've already identified that are willing to put this proposal forward to us. So we'll have a group of proposals that can be looked at, and then we'll bring forward to you, of course, 1 or 2 that we feel are the best based on price and based on history. And then it's an 8-week process. So we can get that information to you, we hope, by the end of August. Jim's familiar with a number of these people. I'm familiar with some who are also do this for Parks and Recreation across the country. Pros Consulting out of Indianapolis is one. The National Golf Foundation that we're a member of will come and do it. J.J. Keegan, who has done a couple of courses here on the Cape and is familiar, and another that is escaping me. So we have people in place ready to go to make a proposal. We just want to make sure it's the right proposal we're asking for. So Dan and Ed and Rich are looking at that, but it looks pretty good. We're about 95% ready to put it out on the market and have a turnaround so we can start this process in July and get back to you in August or early September with some decent quality feedback based on industry standards. And we're looking between $10,000 and $20,000 to do that.
How are you going to fund that?
Well, it's something that will come in July, so it'll be a new year. So it'll be, it won't come out of this year's budget where we have a deficit, so we'll look at the savings that we have based on next year, because we do have some professional services money in the budget that we've used for other type of professional services this would fall into, and we could commit that part of that money to that. So we wouldn't be looking for someone else to fund it through tax dollars. We would be looking for the fees through our professional services line.
And it's money well spent.
What is, I think that effort is, I think, a good direction to take. And implementation of changes is, whatever those recommendations are, requires, a certain amount of staff availability and specific talents, I would assume. Would they be identifying the people needs?
We've spoken that, Jim has decided it's time to retire. And so he's given us his 6-month notice, and he plans to leave in November. So he knows that they know that the director of golf is leaving, and that these have been our revenue streams and our challenges in the last couple of years. So they'll be evaluating staffing as well and what they feel is necessary, and they'll be bringing, for your consideration, the direction they feel the town should go in based on their experience with other golf, municipal golf, not private, municipal golf courses around the country, especially coastal ones that have this draw of a tourism type of industry. So it'll be your decision to make. I just felt that I wanted to get the most quality set of standards available to present to you to make an educated decision based on facts. And I could teach and learn and reach out and do this, but this can be done in a much quicker format, knowing that Jim's leaving and we've got an opportunity for some changes, and we're in the beginning of a fiscal year, not the end of a fiscal year, when we can then readjust priorities and funding set in the budget through an enterprise fund to make this work. They might say privatize the pro shop and the restaurants and run the thing yourself, or give the whole thing to somebody, or keep it in-house. You guys are doing a great job. It's just the way the industry was, but you need to market to XYZ to get those playable rounds you need to support your operation, which now is 72,000 that we're running at. 72,000 is not enough rounds to really support both operations. We need to see those numbers higher. I can tell you probably in the 50,000 each, but I'm not sure if that's available based on how many actual golfers we have within the radius of Yarmouth that would utilize our services and the competition on either side of us and down the peninsula. If we were again in a bullseye instead of in a linear line, then it would be much easier to assess a lot of this. But we're in a very unique situation because of this peninsula that we need people who have expertise in this to really bring you good answers. And it makes me feel better asking you to make decisions based on what we think are educated, well-based facts, not guesses.
Mr. Chairman, I first of all would like to commend you. This is the first time I can recall being at a meeting where there's good news to talk about, and I very much appreciate the direction that you're taking, Pat. And I think for Jim, it's good to go out on a high note, and it's great to see things turn around and really start to come together. You predicted this. And we're starting to see it, so kudos to both of you for all your hard work. Very much appreciated.
Thanks.
And this is news to me about your retirement. I wish you well.
Thank you.
And like I said, to go out on a high note, I think is terrific.
I might lose that letter. I'm not sure I can find it.
No, thank you very much. This is very encouraging. Thank you.
Mike, you have any questions, comments?
No, I think I'd like to reiterate what Mark said about thanking both of you for your work and those others that Pat mentioned that are hard at work as well. I think doing the survey professionally for all the reasons you've articulated is an excellent idea, and is going to give us a lot of insight, not only in terms of the pluses and minuses of the golf operation, but options and comparisons to other successful operations, and to either credit or discount things like weather and a lot of other intangibles by getting not just a sampling of what things are like in Yarmouth, but in terms of weather, how it affects golf courses generally, and whether we're within, certain parameters that we have no control over, or whether there's something that we can do that's affecting our numbers. So I think that's definitely something I would support, and I think it's, again, a great idea. And my thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
No, I just want to say thank you. I think we've gone on a lot of assumptions, so data is going to be extremely important. My only concern is the timing. Getting a deliverable back maybe in November, I'm not sure how that's going to, right now our budget is through next June, right? So we're all set. So, but before next June, if things aren't turning around, we need to make some hard decisions. So hopefully between November, and the next budget cycle, we'll have enough time to sort through that. And
You'll have it in August, Tracy.
oh, I thought you said November.
No, 8 weeks.
Okay.
If we get going in July, you'll have it by August or early September. That's the goal. So.
That'll be good.
Yeah, I think with the things you've got in process at this stage, being careful with spending and with some positives and from the restaurants, I think those are good things for the beginning of the next fiscal year. So I hopefully we'll get off on the right foot and then have those recommendations in hand. I think the benefit of those recommendations as well is that the rest of the people in town will see some independent look at our golf course and know that we're not operating by the seat of our pants and so forth. So I think it's a positive from that perspective, and something that's will demonstrate a conscientious and prudent look at the operation. So I think that's great. I'm glad to see it. And Jim, thank you very much. Many times over the last 10 years when I've been a member, I've said I've saw significant improvements over that period of time, and that's to your credit. Not only physically in the courses, but from an operational standpoint, you made many improvements. Some were very tough decisions. And and I know you took a lot of heat over those years for those things, but I think for the most part, I think those things have worked out well. And I've got to say, I haven't played as much golf as I would have liked to this season so far, but the new 9 is just gorgeous. I mean, it really is a pleasure to play. It's in beautiful shape. Both courses are in great condition, and if there are people out there that have any doubts about getting out to play on the courses, they shouldn't have any doubts. And if they had decided or still making decisions about where they want to play for this year, I certainly think that this is a great opportunity to take out a membership and join here. I think the courses are just in great shape. So
thank you.
Thanks again.
Did you have a little something to share?
A couple of things. One, I came a little early and was listening to you guys talking with Ed and talking about the short-term borrowing and that sort of thing. Just want to go back just a tad on the history of that. When I got this idea back in 2015, and when I went down to the homestead in Virginia, and they'd done a similar project, and it would just kind of knock my socks off with the improvement on that golf course. I came in 2016, and during that particular period of time, we were having some serious water issues and a lot of angst going on and people complaining about the golf course. I think Tracy's got a lot of phone calls on that particular subject at that time. But in any event, you folks, I came with the plan for it to actually start in 2017. And the Selectmen encouraged the project to start prior to that. The plan that we had, or that I brought, and the Enterprise Committee brought, we indicated that debt drop-off comes in FY21, and it was set up that way. I think it was a wise decision to start it earlier. But that's kind of what's resulting in this kind of scrambling to make the debt drop off and the short-term borrowing work. But we've had, we've gotten the project finished, as Pat said. We got the last tweaks and finally got the contractor out. We thought he was going to spend the summer here at one point, but you know, we got all that done. I agree with Norm. I'm totally pleased with the entire project, the front and the back. They complement each other. It's you know, the tree removal has been huge. It gives you panoramic looks around the golf course. We've you know, had golf writers in Mother's Day week from, you know, all around New England. We've gotten several good articles out of that. They were extremely impressed with what we've done as well. So, you know, we're really happy with that. Pat mentioned we're planning on having a ribbon cutting ceremony next it's Thursday the 28th at 4:30. I'd love for you guys to come and participate in it, and I want to see Tracy hit the first ball.
You can't come that early? Can you come at
We can make
later?
it a little later if you'd like.
Okay. Well, if you're not there to cut the ribbon, then it doesn't make sense. It's the selectmen that need to cut.
Yeah.
So we'll try to make that time more effective for everyone. If we just thought we'd try to get it done. It's a short notice for you, but we want you to be there for sure. You have been carrying this challenge as well as the staff for many years, and we want you to be able to celebrate.
Plus, I don't want Norm to see my drive and get jealous. Now that he's chairman and has no time to golf, I might take it up.
But no, we would love to do that. I think I personally, from my standpoint, I'm really comfortable with the. I know it's been challenging. I know it's you know, it's been we've been through some difficulties, you know, personnel wise, just getting the golf courses like we want it. I think we got a really good team here right now that we put together. I've got a superintendent that I'm totally confident in. I hand him the ball and don't have to worry about whether it's going to, you know, get delivered or not. It's you know, my operations people are very, very competent. I think some of that promises to even improve over the next few months. The golf facilities are in, you know, terrific shape. We had the ladies, one of their major championships for the Mass Golf Association at Bass River this last couple of days, and they were just absolutely thrilled with the conditions over there. You've taken Bayberry from being a somewhat suspect venue for events, tournaments, that sort of thing, and made it, in my opinion, it's in all like, and I've had a number of people share that with me. It's probably the best golf course that you're going to get to play on Cape Cod. So we're I think we have a unique opportunity. As Pat said, there are some unique challenges to market it properly. And I think you know, I welcome bringing a competent consultant in and you know, getting our head around all that. But you know, yeah, I'm very, very happy with where we are, and I think you're going to see what the long-term plan was when we started the Bayberry project. We knew it was going to take a while, and I think the ship's starting to turn around.
And as a support of that, we're putting a sand sculpture at the Bass River Clubhouse so that it'll draw people in, and hopefully they'll see the menu. And we found some artwork back from 1927 when one of the staff was a professional cartoonist, and they had a design that represented Bass River Golf Course of a crow sitting on top, and then a bass jumping out of the water catching the ball as it's bouncing off a rock. It's really adorable. So they're going to make that. The sand got delivered today, so a lot of people will be going who aren't normally golfers and seeing the course and seeing the restaurant and seeing the view, and we're hoping to draw more people in. We thank you. We've gone a little bit over the time that we probably should have here, but we, when we get to say good things, we tend to go on and on, don't we? Sorry.
Good report, thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you all.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just recap
Yes.
real quickly. So we knew going into this situation, we needed some short-term advice. And then when Jim's resignation, or retirement, upcoming retirement, hit us, then we knew that we had to speed that up. So what I want you to be familiar with is the step one process is to benchmark us and get some immediate advice that we need to make sure that our municipal process, as we know it today, is as efficient as it can be and is taking advantage of all the things we need to do. But shortly after that gets underway, we will look for a further, much more larger request for qualifications and scoping for what a vendor could look like if we did a license agreement, similar to what they do in Falmouth. So I think what's important to demonstrate so that you have options going forward for the future is what does the future look like if we were to optimize what we can do on our own through this process that we're about to undertake that Pat and Jim described versus, and if everything runs on 8 cylinders, versus what a licensing agreement could mean to us. And then we know already that they operate on a much significantly different margin structure and a different cost structure than we do. It's less costly, higher margins, and there's a lot of different national advantages that they would bring. But it's important to say and be able to provide to you an option as to, is the municipal way of doing things good for us, and is it sustainable? That's the most important thing. And I talk about, we can do this, good value, good pricing for the membership, and a good product. Or was there another option that I think fair to the taxpayers and to the board? Could we optimize that effort by doing some sort of multi-year, it's typically 10-year license agreement. So that'll be much further down the line, but I wanted to let you know that this is an intermediate step to make sure that municipally we're doing what we can, but part 2 of this will come at a later date to give you a much further option to evaluate from going forward, with the idea that in the spring we would have some decisions to make.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll return to our public hearing agenda item. And the first item, I'll turn it over to Mike. The first item is change of manager, Thurwood Place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item is simply, as you said, a change of manager at Thurwood. You have the resumes before you. You have a letter in your packet from DeWitt Davenport supporting this change. So, gentlemen, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Chris Manning from the Davenport Companies.
Michael Cheku from Thurwood Place.
How do you pronounce it? Cheku?
Cheku, that's correct.
Cheku. Okay, your resume, you've heard me mention that your resume is in the file in the letter from DeWitt, and also you met with apparently Phil Magnuson.
That's right.
He sent an email to our licensing clerk dated June 6th, which indicates he met with you, that you spent your career in the hospitality, food and beverage industry, which we could see from your materials you provided. That he reviewed the Yarmouth rules and regulations with you and sent you a model policy just in case you didn't have one on file already. And for the public's information and to refresh the board's recollection under our local rules and regulations, each business has to provide a model policy which has to be approved by the board unless they adopt our model policy. That's optional with each business. So is there anything you'd like to, either one of you would like to say?
No, we're just pleased to be here and pleased to make a switch.
I mean, I can see, you've had extensive experience, the Marsh side, at the Windsor House in Duxbury, the Hyannis Yacht Club. You were both food and beverage director there for, it looks like, about 11
Almost-
years.
Almost a decade.
Yeah, almost a decade and so forth. So I agree from reading the materials with Officer Magnuson's assessment. Would anybody else on the board have a comment or like to ask a question? Tracy? No? Norm?
All set.
Mark?
No questions, just a very impressive resume.
Thank you
Make
very
a
much. I
motion to
appreciate
approve
it.
the change of manager.
Okay, Tracy has a motion to approve the change of management. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mark, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that was item one. The next one is Heavenly Restaurant. That's an application for a new wine and malt license.
Good evening.
Good evening. Want to introduce yourself, please?
My name is Lee J. Young, and I am the owner/manager at Heavenly.
Okay, Ligier, this is a public hearing. There's a legal notice that we have to read into the record, and then you can tell us a little bit about your operation and what you're looking for.
Okay, perfect.
Board of Selectmen, acting as a local licensing authority for the town of Yarmouth, has received an application for a new annual wine and malt restaurant license from One Hope, Inc., doing business as Heavenly Restaurant. Is it Ligier, is it?
Yes, sir.
La Donna, is that how you say that?
LaDonna, I hate that.
La Donna? Okay, you're not Italian then. La Donna in Italian. La Donna. Manager. The premise is a single building consisting of 2 rooms totaling 3,944 square feet with 3 entrances and exits located at 194 Route 28, West Yarmouth, Mass. Hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 9, 2018, in the hearing room at the Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Board of Selectmen meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 p.m. Friday, June 15, 2018, in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. Okay, so why don't you tell us a little bit about your operation and what it is you would like us to do?
Okay, so
And bring the microphone towards you so we can hear you just like that, okay?
Okay, so we bought the restaurant a year ago, a year and 3 months, and we've been doing breakfast and lunch. We open 6 to 3 every day, but we're looking into opening for dinner starting next week, Wednesday, June 27th, and with the hope of opening for dinner, we wanted to look into serving alcohol, but not like the hard liquor, just beer and wine, which is, and then doing mimosas and so on for breakfast. And so with that in mind, the dinner, we thought it would be a great idea to have, because when customers go out to eat, wine and soft, not hard liquor would be something that would be very beneficial to the business.
Okay. So what are your new hours going to be when you start serving dinner? You're still going to open at 6 in the morning?
Yes.
And then what time are you going to go?
9 o'clock.
9 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, before I go to the board, I'm going to ask you, is there anyone in the public that wants to be heard on this matter? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Nicanella with the Chamber of Commerce, and we strongly encourage you to proceed and hope you have good luck. And hopefully that the residents in Yarmouth and all its members would come and support you.
Thank
So
you,
good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Okay. Have you met with Officer Magnuson yet for the Yarmouth Police Department? When did you meet with him?
June, I think 2 weeks ago.
A couple
I was
weeks
at the
ago?
class.
Yeah, I don't need an exact date.
meeting.
Did he go over the local rules and regulations with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did he advise you that there's a mandatory course that he puts on at the police station that you have to go to every other year?
That was what I went to.
You already
2 weeks
attended
ago.
that?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's good. Are you a member of the Yarmouth Restaurant Association?
No. but
Okay, I'm just telling you, if you were, that they're having an alcohol training program at Red Face
Yes,
Jack's
yes, he spoke about
next
it.
Monday, I think at 8:30. So that's the only reason I mentioned that. Maybe you can sneak in.
I was planning on going.
But it's very good. What we try to do is avoid problems before they happen, make sure everybody is educated on the laws and also trained. The other thing I'd want to bring to your attention, because you never have had experience with alcohol, correct? You've just been a restaurant.
Yes.
Is not only you, but anybody that's serving alcohol in your establishment has to be tip certified.
Correct.
And those tip certifications have to be current.
Yes, sir.
So if there's a tip certification that expires and someone's serving alcohol, as far as the board's concerned, they're not tip certified. Okay?
Thank you.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Now, does anyone on the board have any questions? Mark?
No, I don't.
Norm?
No, I'm all set.
Tracy?
Nope, thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve this application?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, yes, we close the public hearing first. Do I have a second? All right, and all those in favor? Aye. Now do we have a motion to approve the application?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Good luck. So much.
From here, you'll be dealing with the licensing clerk.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
You have those receipts?
Do we have the green cards? Yeah, we're gonna file those with town administrator. We'll take those. Okay, the third and last matter, we were scheduled for a show cause hearing for 194 for Tavern 731. Attorney Lloyd wrote a letter to the town hall saying that he has been retained to represent them, but that he had a pre-existing engagement and couldn't make it. Linda and I and Dan have kind of juggled dates around. Phil Magnuson was the first person I went to because he has some officers that are going to testify, and he had 2 dates that were available. One was late July, I think it was it the 31st?
Yeah, it was the August date was the one.
And we're not having a meeting on that date. And the other date was, I think, August 7th. That Phil proposed. That was the second of the 2 dates that he could have an officer. And again, the first date, we're just not meeting. So that's the date, I guess we're going to continue it until. And Attorney Lloyd's office has been advised of that date.
So which one is it then, Mike?
It's going to be the 7th, I believe. Is that the Tuesday?
Yes.
Is that it? You have the schedule there? Is that it? So it's going to be the 7th at 6 o'clock. So that's what I'd like, a motion to continue.
We're comfortable with that length of time between now and then? The last time...
I'd rather have it sooner, Tracy, but again, where I started with the continuation wasn't to accommodate so much the establishment as our officers. And the first date they could make it was the 31st. And the second date, I always ask for 2 dates just in case. The reason we can't meet in the 31st has nothing to do with any of the parties. We're just not meeting. So the 7th is the next available date, so.
So in the case that he's not available at that date, then what?
Who isn't?
Mr. Lloyd?
Then we'll go forward.
Okay.
I think he'll be here. Well, Mr. Lloyd's a responsible attorney. I spoke to him in person Monday. I saw him in Barnstable District Court. And I had heard previously from Officer Magnuson, so I told Mr. Lloyd that the date that we would be rescheduling would be based upon the availability of our officers.
I'll make a motion then that we continue this until August 7th at 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m. Okay, do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in...
I'm
Yes.
anticipating that will be a fairly lengthy proceeding, given questioning and so forth.
It may be.
I just need...
It may be, Norm. And the reason I say that, one of our officers was involved tragically in that shooting with Sean and is not back to work yet. So he may or may not be in attendance at the hearing. If he's not, we'll go with his report.
Okay.
We'll put his report into the record, and which we can do. This is an administrative hearing. So the length of it will be dependent somewhat on whether he's back to work then or not. But I would imagine it will take some time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my concern is August, you know, we're in the middle of the summer. We've got July. I really hope, you know, through the summer months, that there is no issue there in the meantime. I don't know if there's anything that we can do prior to having a hearing. I don't think we can, but, you know, last time Mr. Lloyd represented somebody, it was put off for a lot of months. And again,
Well, I think that was the appeal at the Red-Faced Jack hearing, but Mr. Lloyd did not handle the appeal. He only handled the hearing here, and then they got other counsel to take the appeal.
yeah, well, I'm concerned about the summer and any.
Well, I mean, if there is further trouble, Tracy, and they come in, I mean, a second time, assuming, and I don't know the facts of this case, and we haven't had a hearing, but if there's a violation on this first hearing and they come a second time, there's a progressive penalty that's provided for in our rules and regulations, and that's what they'll be looking at.
So this incident occurred in January, right? It's not as if.
Yes, January.
I think there was a fairly lengthy investigation though before it came to me.
I understand, right? But the incident itself was January, so here we are in June. You know, not saying that. I shared Tracy's concern about the postponement time frame, but given what appears to be the circumstances that are described.
I think the delay, very frankly, Norm, is more on our side of it than Mr. Lloyd's. I don't think he was looking for this length of time. I think he would have probably been happy with a couple weeks, but again, our officers are not available until the end of July at the earliest, and we're not meeting then, so.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion to continue that matter until August 7th at 6 p.m. signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? So that passes unanimously. We'll, just as a follow-up, Dan, notify Attorney Lloyd's office that that's solidified. And that is it for the public hearings, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on with the water operations study, if everyone's available for that.
Right on time.
Right on time. Step right up. No rest for the weary.
Well, yeah, you know what, I can give you a quick update on the Barnstable Water Agreement while Jeff's getting set up here.
Okay, sure.
So I went to the manager in Barnstable, asked about reconsideration of the agreement. So a couple things. First, he was not inclined to want to adjust the agreement. However, I did mention to him the board had a concern relative to the Comaquid Heights water issue, and he reminded me that that's not related to the Hyannis water supply, and I said, I understand that. That all being said, though, he did ask for us to calculate for him the delta that they do pay, the 40 households thereabouts, and send them that information with the consideration that he would, because he understands that the board wanted to renegotiate for a higher value, but what he would like us to consider on our side of it when we do get that number to him is if they could pay that for the period of time, we would then reimburse those 40 households for the period of time that we continue to sell Hyannis water. So I thought that was kind of an ingenious way to negotiate two situations, one for Comaquid Heights, and then one as it addresses the issue about the water billing charge that we presently charge for. But it would be only temporary, though, so Comaquid Heights would still be out there for some period of time. So that gives us some time to work on a long-term strategy with that neighborhood. But, so Jeff and I are working on getting those numbers together, getting them presented to the manager in Barnstable, and I'll report back to you as soon as I get information from him as it relates to what that outcome is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Yeah, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. I'm here to speak with you about the water operations study. Just a little background here. The Board of Selectmen goals, there's several that touch upon what we're looking to do here. Maintain high-quality infrastructure is certainly one of those. The other one, clean water. One of your goals, develop a clean water strategy and implementation plan, is all key to this study. And review capital policies and forecast needs and costs, again, very important with regards to the study. So what I'd like to cover tonight is a little additional system information to get a kind of an idea of the scope of the Yarmouth water system, some background behind the study and why we proceeded in that direction, the study process, recommendations that came out of that study, and then finally the next steps. So system information, there's 24 groundwater wells and pump stations within the Yarmouth system. That's a pretty significant size system. 17 corrosion control facilities as well. As you can consider those kind of mini treatment facilities, if you will. You can adjust the pH and do other things with the water within those facilities. 3 storage tanks, one at German Hill, Sandy Pond, and Prospect Hill. 340 miles of water mains. There's significant infrastructure out there for providing water to the system. Interesting fact, 2,116 fire hydrants are part of the system, as well as 3,400 gate valves to isolate certain areas of the system that need to be operated and periodically serviced. Also, 16,300 service accounts. Those are the ones we consider our customers, and they're very important, but that's a sizable number for a system of our size. And the last system fact that I'd like to share with you tonight is 1.4 billion gallons pumped last year. So a significant amount of water was produced and distributed. So to give you a little idea of what the system looks like, that is the town of Yarmouth, and all of the pump stations are highlighted with the boxes on that. I know it's very kind of difficult to see, but you can see the network of water mains is demonstrated with the various colors representing the different sizes. So you can see it's extensive throughout our community what that water infrastructure looks like. So as I mentioned before, some background. In January of 2018, the water superintendent retired. We took that opportunity to take a look at the operation, see if there's some things we could improve, some things we could maybe do differently. So when we went to fill that position or move forward, we were doing it in the right way. 6 other vacancies. This is something that's come up periodically. I know during budget reviews you can see what the positions that we have and what's not filled. There are 6 other vacancies within the water division. So the water operations study was going to be key to us in how we move forward, whether we fill those positions, and if we do, in what fashion. So back in November 2017, in anticipation of the retirement and a transition period coming up, we did a request for proposals and selected Ty and Bond as the consultant that seemed to have the best handle on the type of study that we needed, and selected them and signed a contract with them to do the study. The study includes staffing levels as well as management structure, what that looks like. We wanted to look at what other systems were doing within Massachusetts, within Cape Cod, some benchmarking to look at what we do and how the other departments do business, and if there's some improvements that we could make. Look at efficiencies and different policies for water service, as well as procedures and workflow within the organization to see if there's some improvements that we could make. Another big piece of it that I really wanted to get a handle on was the appropriate license requirements. We have DEP required licensing for the key operators, but is it something that we want to extend to the rest of the workforce and require them to get treatment or distribution licenses? So that was part of the study as well. And with the retirement of the water superintendent, he was the primary operator, and so it gave us an opportunity to look and see if we could decentralize that a little bit within water and have a treatment or distribution supervisor that might be our chief operators in those areas, and we'll talk about that in a moment. So the operation study process, and I know you had an executive summary in your packet. That 9 pages really encompasses a lot of the information associated with it. It certainly hits all the high points of that study. The complete study is being finalized. It's about 90 pages. We do expect that a couple of appendices still need to get added to that report, which includes job description modifications that they're recommending for us. So as part of this process, the first step was to do an inventory. Town goals and concerns were reviewed with the consultant. They spent a lot of time gathering information. In fact, we inundated them with information as soon as the study started. Everything from pumping information, usage data relative to water, financial data, the asset management plan, forecasts for capital investment, you name it, we gave it to them as far as information that we had within the system. They also took time during this inventory process to interview town staff, both key town staff as well as water department staff. In fact, I believe they interviewed just about every water staff member. And the key decision makers, there were a couple members of the selectmen that they interviewed as part of that process as well. The second step in that study process was to condense and evaluate that information. As I mentioned, we gave them a lot to digest and look at, and then compare that information to industry benchmarks and best practices, what we're doing and what others are doing, and how we might be able to improve some of that. And then the third area, and that's really the culmination of this study, was to look at what we're doing well, document that, areas that we might need to improve, and document those as well, and then some actionable recommendations, some hard actions that we'd be able to quantify and move forward with to make some of those recommendations and move them forward. So we'll jump right into those recommendations. What I will say is this is a grouping of the recommendations. It's certainly not the complete list. The executive summary does a much better job in going into a lot of the details and hitting all the different levels of the recommendations. With that said, maintenance improvements can certainly be an area that we can target, and I lumped a number of those recommendations together in that category. Unidirectional flushing program is something that is being recommended, and we have taken steps even with the prior water superintendent on board to head in that direction. And what that is a flushing in a very controlled situation, not flushing just based upon problem areas or hot spots or known areas that need to be flushed in the spring and the fall, that type of thing. But actually working through in a logical system, logical fashion through the system of opening and shutting valves and flushing certain hydrants for certain periods of time to make sure that you're really chasing any of the material that needs to be flushed out of the system all to one particular area and then exit it out of the system versus chasing it around. And you can imagine that if you flush one area and kind of just push it to another area, but that's an area that you just cleaned, if you will, you really aren't doing it the job as effectively as you could be. So this unidirectional flushing program is a very detailed model that needs to be constructed to support that, of what valves need to be shut, what valves need to be open, and how the sequence of that goes. And so that is something we began about a year ago, and we're just in the process of finishing that up. But with that said, that certainly is one of the recommendations. Hydrant inspection and maintenance was also another recommendation. We've started to chip away at some of those items. We just haven't made as much progress as we'd like to, but that's certainly one of the recommendations as well. The third one I'd categorize under the maintenance improvements is the future water meter replacement schedule. We've just about completed replacing all the water meters within the system. And we've got a really good AMR system, which is a fixed radio read type of system, and we get very frequent information and reads from the customer's meter. So it's a very it's a system that a lot of systems desire to implement. So we've got a very high-functioning water meter system. The challenge going forward, and what this recommendation is that now that we have basically new meters throughout the system, what's your replacement cycle going to be, looks like down the road? Be proactive and think about that. Don't just wait for 20 years to go by and then just replace them all at once. You really don't want to go through that exercise again. That was a very challenging exercise for us to change out all the meters in the fashion that we did that. So the recommendation is to be more thoughtful in the future. Maybe at the 12-year mark, we want to replace a third of the meters. At the 16-year mark, replace another third. At the 20-year mark, replace another third till you get to a more cyclical replacement schedule. So that was a recommendation. Certainly something we'll consider in the future. SCADA system upgrade. This is the brains of the system, if you will. Our SCADA system is somewhat outdated, and so we have started working with the IT section here at Town Hall to investigate our options. I would call it very early in the analysis of our SCADA system upgrade, but we've started down that road, and it's certainly something we need to do. We also want to think about that in terms of, wastewater and how that might work in conjunction with any future system we might have and future improvements as well. Prioritize the asset improvements. We've just gone through an asset management study, which indicated what improvements generally we'd want to see in the system, but we really need to take that to the next step, which is to prioritize those improvements and say, hey, do we want to apportion a certain amount into water mains in any given year, and what does that look like? What does it look like to upgrade our pump stations, and come up with a more prioritized schedule? That was an excellent recommendation. And then a computerized maintenance management system. This would be our work order system. We're heading in that direction with Utility Cloud. That's a system that we've selected and brought on board. We've started to unroll that for our cross-connection inspection team within water, as well as Highway's been using that for catch basin inspection. So we're starting to use that. We need to roll that out to the entire DPW workforce for all the different elements that they do, and use that for all of our work orders going forward. So we've started down that road. We're very early again in that implementation as well. And then the last item under maintenance improvements is something the consultant recommended we take a look at, and this is certainly a board of the water commissioner's decision as to if you want to head in this direction or not. But they recommend that we look at the replacement of water, private water services. We do that as a service now within Yarmouth Water, but there's very few systems within the state that do that. Generally after the property line or the curb stop or the water shutoff, that's where the private side of the water service begins. And generally speaking, most water services leave that up to the owner's responsibility to replace, maintain, deal with as they need to. And in Yarmouth, we provide the full service of including that in the list of services that we do. So the reason they recommend that is because it's not really an industry standard for us to do so. We've been doing it for many, many years here in Yarmouth. It is a good customer service, which is why I mentioned it's really kind of a water commissioner's decision. It's a policy decision. There's a cost associated with that, and it is a cost that most systems have the customers bore if they need to replace their water service or upgrade their water service or fix a leak, that type of thing. There's plenty of contractors out there that do that type of work. We actually maintain a list of authorized contractors at the water division that can do that type of work, and we certainly can facilitate that work for private homeowners. There's also some challenges associated with working on private property where we don't necessarily have the easements to do so. It's just something that we've generally done as a practice. So there's certainly some things to think about in that regard. And as we look towards the future and what a next step might be in this study where we look at rates, and I'll talk about that in a moment as well, this is a way to help control the cost relative to rates if we aren't providing this particular service that isn't a industry standard, if you will. So something we need to look at more in depth, and I certainly need to provide you more financial information on what that looks like so you can make a decision about continuing this or not continuing this in the future. Other recommendations, and I touched upon this just a moment ago, but evaluate the water rates. We haven't had a water rate increase in 22 years. That's a pretty good track record. I'd say most systems can't say that. We've been able to control costs and keep our rates low for a long period of time. But some of that is because there's really been minimal investment within the infrastructure. And so we need to take a look at that, a strong look at that. The asset management study recommended that we invest about $3 million within our infrastructure in upgrades each year, whether it's water main replacements, pump station rehabs, that type of thing, painting water tanks, that type of maintenance level at about the $3 million level for our system, and I covered the system data earlier, it's a big system, is what would be appropriate to keep us at a good state of repair, if you will. And increased consumption billing was another one of the recommendations. What that means is right now our consumption billing is simply annually, and most systems have gone to a quarterly or even monthly consumption billing. That would mean for our customers they would not be getting one large bill annually. It would be spread throughout their usage period. Creative things can be done. That would certainly lessen the cost for people with a kind of a one-time cost, if you will, and it would be able to be spread over a period of time, which certainly would help in a lot of cases, particularly people that might be struggling in regards to paying bills. Water system oversight was another one of the recommendations. This is something I'll touch upon briefly, but what the consultant is seeing in many communities is a separate board of water commissioners that can oversee the system and do that on a fairly regular basis, whether it's monthly meetings that are dedicated to water system and water improvements and oversight. That's something that could be expanded to water and wastewater commissioners going forward. So this recommendation needs to be looked at in terms of all the discussions we're having with our neighboring communities in Dennis and Harwich and what that might look like for the future of Yarmouth, how we might want the oversight for water and wastewater, frankly, to look like in the future. They recommended that we update our SOPs and safety plans, and this is incredibly important as we head into next year with the OSHA requirements hitting municipalities in February of 2019. We want to make sure that we're prepared for that, and so we need to update both our SOPs and safety plans. Water master plan update. We know that our water master plan needs to be updated. That's 2007 was the last time that was done, and now that we're about 10 years or so from that date, we need to go through another update of that master plan, make sure that we're heading in the right direction with all of our operations and improvements that we're looking for. So that was a recommendation. Licensing, as I mentioned before, was a big piece for me, wanting to know who should be licensed at what level. We have DEP requirements for the category of treatment and distribution that we provided within the system, but how many people within the organization should be licensed and at what level is a key piece that they made some recommendations on. They also recommended that we look at a general manager, or, as they mentioned in the recommendation, assistant DPW director, but someone that can be directly focused on the water system oversight. And this particular recommendation under the general manager would simply be a short-term contract manager versus going the assistant DPW director route, which would be a more permanent fill, if you will. But this is a short-term element that would be looked at to implement the recommendations within this report, and it would be able to focus on that and really build a structure and framework that's consistent with current industry standards. So with that said, I just want to touch finally on the next steps. We're in the process of updating the job descriptions based upon these recommendations, and as I mentioned before, licensing is a key component of that. Who's going to be the primary and secondary operators and the requirements for that. Working with the assistant administrator on setting up a personnel board hearing, which we can then review those job description updates with them and move forward. The next recommendation is the general manager position. If the board supports moving in that direction, what that would look like is a contract position, very short term, but would implement the recommendations of this report. What that would look like is we could get an RFP out in the next week or two. We haven't moved on that yet, but we've got some good templates for what that could look like. Responses could be due within a month. That could be a fairly quick turnaround. Just to give an approximate budget of what that would look like, and this approximate this time because we haven't moved forward with any hard proposals from anyone, but approximately $3,000 a week would be what that looks like. That sounds like a lot of money, but when you take a look at what the fully loaded cost would be for a water superintendent, it's somewhere in that neighborhood, including all the benefits and cost associated with that. So that is something that we're recommending that was part of that report. And the last thing I'd like to say is just the long-term options to look at, and that's with regard to the oversight of the water system. We'll work with the board as we look at different options, particularly as it relates to wastewater, to see what that looks like. But that's a much longer-term look of what the future could be. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about that study. I know that was a very quick, high-level overview. It's a lot of good reading within that study, and the executive summary did a great job summarizing that too. So.
Okay, questions from the board?
I have questions.
Sure, go ahead, Tracy.
So you said the recommendation was $3 million basically in capital. What are we spending now? Can you just kind of give an overview of what the financial situation is in terms of not just spending for capital, But with all these slots that have not been filled, as well as the former, I guess we call him the general manager, having retired, how that's affected the budget and...
Yeah, it's a great question. Over the last, I'll say 20 or so years, we've been at less than $1 million capital investment each year. So heading to 3 is a huge step for us. So we want to take that in smaller chunks. This last year when I came before you and what was approved at town meeting was just over $2 million. And that's a huge step forward for us. That's going to include repainting and sealing and inspection associated with Sandy Pond water tank. That's a big move forward. It's going to cover the cost at least associated with the engineering for some water main replacements. Route 6A is a big piece of that, as well as some of our pump station upgrades. Some of those are rather old. They've got some roofs and doors that need to be replaced, all identified in the different facility reports we have. But just chipping away at some of those improvements and at the $2 million level, that's going to be a big jump for us. So the reason we didn't take the full jump to $3 million is just to see what the level of projects are that we can manage. And I feel that we've got a good, healthy level of projects ahead of us for the next year, and we'll see how much progress we make in that. But that's kind of a general overview of where we are. We're not at the $3 million level, and we'll see how long it takes for us to get there. The $3 million level was really just a target of the asset management plan. We really want to make sure we're doing the needed improvements first, and if it's at some lesser number, that's great. And I think we've targeted some very good projects over the next year to tackle.
So with the $2 million expenditure, where does that put us in terms of the bottom line? Knowing, I guess what I'm trying to get at is knowing that one of the recommendation is the possibility of fee increase. So, are we able to get to 3 million potentially without the fee increase, or are we planning? Do we know if we plan out that 3 million, what we're going to need to do in terms of fees?
Yeah, it's a great question. The more detailed answer to that question is really in the next step in the rate study. But the general answer to that question is, currently, we had reserves adequate enough to fund the $2 million and still have a pretty healthy amount of reserves available. If we were at a position where we were funding regularly $3 million, we'd have to look at the fees. That's not something that we could continue to support out of just the reserve funds we have. This past year, no problem. We were able to handle that with very robust reserves that we have, in part because of water that we're selling to Barnstable, as well as just water that we're selling generally. The water usage was up significantly over the last 2 years, as we saw because of some of the weather conditions. As we head into a wetter period, we might see some of the revenues fall off a little bit, and we'll have to take a stronger look at that and see what that means for the operation and what that might mean for rates going forward.
So in terms of the service to the homes, we don't charge back we do that as a service now, basically. It's not being charged. Do we know what the cost of that has? Do we have any financial data on what just that piece would be, and whether or not, if we could charge it, if it would be something that would be profitable for us to continue to do?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. We don't have a good handle on that. I was hoping that part of this operation study, they might give us some more information. They did not. We'll have to include that in the next step, which is the rate study, because that's a key component to what our rates are, is what that costs us. But with that said, if a homeowner was adding on to their home and had to upgrade their water service because of that, there would be a back charge that we get associated with that. They could pick the water, Yarmouth Water, to do that service upgrade for them, or they could go with a private contractor, either one, and we give them a pretty competitive price to do either. The cost really comes in what we absorb completely within Yarmouth Water is when there's a leak, and that's kind of the customer service component. It's in a really dire time for people because it's likely that they'll have to shut off their water to service that leak, and that's something our crews come in and handle soup to nuts. They come in the middle of the night and deal with that, whatever they need to. Sometimes that repair can be deferred to during the day. Sometimes it has to happen in the middle of the night. If it was on the private side of that water service leading up to the house, and we had a policy where that was the homeowner's responsibility, they'd have to get a contractor to do that. So that's a significant, difference in the way we do business.
Yeah, but if we're doing it now, we're able to provide the service and not having to have raised fees for 20 years, it's kind of hard to say to the customer that, at this point in time anyway, that we should make them pay for it, because, obviously we're able to afford it within what we're doing.
So far.
I think, so far,
Yes.
right. So without really knowing what that $3 million capital plan going forward looks like. The job descriptions, I think that that's always great. What does that mean to our current employees, though? Are you looking to do a full restructure? Or are you just honing in on some of the details of what they're actually working on? Or is it going to impact our current employees?
Most of these are just tweaking the job descriptions, and for the most part, it's license related. Currently, we only have license requirements associated with the water superintendent and the assistant water superintendent, the production and distribution supervisors. There's still a healthy number, depending on what group you're talking about, of 6 or 7 other employees in each one of those teams that don't have licenses currently. We have no requirement in the job descriptions for them to have licenses, so that's part of the process we need to look at. And obviously, if we add a new requirement to a job description, that's something we'll take to the personnel board and they'll rescore the position. It's likely in most of those cases that they would be increased somewhat depending on how that scoring goes. We have 3 that we're looking to do right now relative to the assistant water superintendent, the production and the distribution supervisors, adding those DEP license requirements in there. They've had a license requirement generally, but not to be the primary or secondary operator of the system. So really, that particular recommendation, and it's one that the employees support. I've talked to them about that. We haven't moved down the direction of all the other changes yet to different job descriptions. One model could be to require a license for every employee. I came from a system in Chatham where every water system employee had some level of license. You could start out at just a basic, distribution 1 license, and we are a distribution 4 system. So in order to be a chief operator, you have to have a distribution 4 license. But why don't we get in on a system where we're developing our employees and requiring them to have a distribution 1 license, and then after a period of time, in order to get a promotion, they could go to distribution 2, and obviously there's compensation associated with those as well. So we need to figure that structure out and what that looks like, but I see this as a tool to help develop employees.
Yeah, well, that was my next question about internal growth, because there seemed to be some bit of a, disparity when our chief person left and what was left, and whether or not we were building them to take the next step.
Exactly.
So do we have the proper licensure now there?
Just barely.
Yeah.
We couldn't sustain another person leaving and not have, and depending who that person was, and we might not have the right licenses. So if we developed a structure where people had other licenses that benefited the system, there'd be some redundancy built in when people leave or are out on long-term vacation or disabilities or whatever that might be. We don't currently have that.
Yeah, I think that's really important. The only thing is I wonder if in Chatham, you see, having that requirement may make it harder to fill the position. Because how many people are out there that are already, class 1 licensed? So we have a lot of openings now. That's intentional, correct? Until you had the survey?
Well, until we knew how we were going to fill them and want to fill them properly. If we have positions that are generally open that don't have any license requirement, and you just bring people in that are unlicensed, which are easier to get because Cape Cod is very difficult to get the proper licensed operators, that's a way to develop your workforce, and that might be a good way to go. But we want to have the tiers that they can then reach when they get the proper licenses, so we need to set that up.
Good. So a general management position that's contracted, what does that look like in terms of authority, liability? I mean, I don't know if we've ever had somebody in that type of management position that's not been an employee.
That is a new element. We do have contract operations currently over at the septage facility, but there are no town employees that contractor is supervising. So this would be different for us. I don't know, Chris, if you have any information to share in that regard. I know that we've been asking some of those questions of Labor Council and looking at what that might look like. There's still some issues to work through, and it is a exercise in making sure we do it properly, because there are things that we, in order to structure that, we need to make sure that the roles and responsibilities are well defined, and so that contract operations position is not taking any work that a union position position would hold. So we just need to do it carefully. Is that a fair synopsis?
That's a great summary, and the only thing I would add is that, we're just making sure, as Jeff pointed out, to, use Labor Council and other council and resources to make sure that this is the path that we want to go down, that we set it up the right way.
So when you say short-term, you said 6 months?
It could be as much as a year. I mean, some of these elements that are in the recommendations are, although they're short-term, they will take some time to develop and update SOPs and health and safety plans. And this is all things that we could ask the contract operator to do, or the resources that they'd have available. Typically, these would be operators that are from, engineering firms that have the resources with the proper operators, the Veolia's, United Water, Weston and Sampson, those type of operations. And they come with a crew behind them that could help develop some of these plans that would then be able to kind of move some of these recommendations forward more quickly, but it could be as much as a year.
So the end result would be that the recommendations are implemented, and from there, the plan is for a long-term plan to hire somebody internally, or to make the decision about an assistant? Is that what you're trying to look for, the time to?
Yeah, so we need a little bit of time to help kind of set that system up. If everything goes well, that contract operations position with the network they have behind them could help us recruit somebody, or look internally, or develop the right candidate. That's all in the mix.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, I want to commend you on an outstanding presentation. You covered a lot of ground in a very short period of time, and it was very, very well done, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
On my list of priorities for FY19, this was at the top of the list, to focus on water, the water department, water operations, the backlog of maintenance, and the structure going forward. So I was a little surprised to see this on the agenda. I think it's for me, it makes me incredibly happy. I'm very pleased to see this, and the amount of thought and the attention that went into this. I'm very supportive of your recommendations, and I agree with some of the points that Tracy mentioned about, on the services side, needing to take a look at that a little bit, because there may be some opportunities for the town, but I'm sure that's something that you've thought of as well. I think your report today also basically highlights or touches on some of the more important things that we need to do in terms of the backlog of maintenance.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. I think that's very, very important for everybody to understand that we got a lot of work to do here with this department. And I think your approach, is right on target in terms of how to do it. The one area that I think is going to prompt a fair amount of discussion is on the oversight aspects of this, the oversight board. I know periodically there's been discussion of, at some point, of creating a water and sewer commission. And I think that's certainly something that at some point we're going to want to have that conversation. So to me, as an interim measure, it would I like the idea of an oversight board, because a lot of work is going to have to be done.
Yes.
And you're going to need regular engagement, and I think it's going to be helpful for the board in being apprised or updated. It's just to keep up with the pace of it, having a group working with you to stay on top of things, I think is going to be incredibly important. But we as a board are going to have to pick up our pace on this stuff as well. We are going to have to spend more time with our meetings, help where it's appropriate, giving guidance and support so that this work can go forward. I would pitch for consideration the idea of the advisory board, but pretty much because I don't think we've really thought through the water and sewer board or figured that out yet, because that's on the horizon. It's almost like, rather than trying to figure it all out and spend time looking at what that should look like, maybe it's best to do almost like what we don't do with golf. We have a specific golf enterprise fund committee that stays on top of golf in that enterprise fund, and then comes back with recommendations from time to us. If we had a water sort of enterprise fund board, advisory board, helping with the selectmen as water commissioners for the time being, I think that might be an appropriate measure to consider. like I said, I'd hate to think that let's put it this way. I don't think we're going to be in a position to really think through and work through the water commissioners and how that would work and how that would be set up. And it's almost like by the time we get that figured out, we're going to be wrestling with the other question of should it be a water and sewer board. So I would look at an oversight board sort of being an interim measure, but it's something that, if it's properly staffed, I think could do a great job. I mean, there's a lot of water engineering talent in this town. There are a lot of people that I think could really help give you the kind of insight or kind of help and support, but also the advice to the board as well. So I would make a pitch for that. But overall, I'm generally in overall support with your plan and your recommendations. So thank you.
Right. I would adopt Mark's comments without repeating all of them. And the question I have, Jeff, on the water system oversight, these recommendations, I'm assuming, were made specifically to water, even though you mentioned that you could have a board for water and wastewater oversight combined as one entity. They didn't address that, did they?
They did not specifically. We asked them to at least look at the future and what that might look like, but specifically their focus was on water. There's some references to wastewater in there, but just very superficially.
Okay. The other question that I had on the flushing program, I have heard, is it true that if that flushing is not done, that if there's an emergency situation like with a fire, there may be some delay in terms of getting the water running because of buildup of sediment and things like that? I've heard that. Is that the case?
That is a concern if not flushed properly. That's
okay.
Correct.
So where do we stand on that? Is there any, can you give us a sense of, how much work there is out to be done and where we are or are not in terms of being up to those safety levels?
The plan that we have to develop the unidirectional flushing is just about complete. And like I said, there's zones that need to be identified, which valves are open and shut at which times when you're flushing certain zones. So you kind of working its way through the system and kind of going from clean to dirty and then making sure everything's clean, if you will. So it's a good concept. At this point, it's a concept for us because we currently flush, but we just flush in problem areas that we know are an issue, or we have a complaint about water quality, that type of thing. So it's more reactive than being proactive. So the unidirectional flushing really kind of gets us into that proactive approach for flushing. And so that's where we are. It would be my hope that this fall we can be doing some elements of that unidirectional flushing. That is a staffing issue, so that's what we need to work through. As I mentioned before, we have the 6 vacancies, and we've never done this before. So the concern is, can we do that with current staff? And what I sense is that we're going to be we haven't gone through all the time associated with what that looks like, and that's part of the study. But my sense is we're not going to have the hundreds of hours available that a proper unidirectional flushing will take that's available with current staff. So what we might need to do if we don't fill those positions to do in part this work, we'll need to look at contracting that out. And that's an element that we can bring in a contract, just bid out a contract for doing unidirectional flushing. And we've actually talked about that. Even if we bring that in-house in a future year, the first time we go through that exercise, we may want to just have that contracted out anyway, because it's always more labor intensive the first time, and then once you've got the system relatively clean, it should happen more quickly thereafter.
So it sounds like it's going to be a pretty involved project in terms of the first time out.
It's a very involved project, absolutely. It could take 6 months to do it properly.
The only other thing I comment on, just very briefly, you talked about the interim manager, and Tracy raised an issue about the status of that person. What would they actually be? Would they be an independent contractor or whatever? And Chris hit the nail on the head. You're going to have to work with Labor Council on that, because what distinguishes independent contractors from employees from a legal point of view is control. It's not what you call somebody. If you set the hours of employment and you provide the equipment, and you provide the tools, and you are very specific, and, you know, you have to work these hours, and you have to get the job done like that, you're probably an employee. You know, where we have studies, for example, and we pay someone and they go do their thing, they're typically independent contractors. So the whole thing is really going to be the degree of control or lack thereof that the town exercises over that person.
Certainly. Yep.
But Chris has that covered.
Sir, I do.
Those are all the questions I have right now, Norm.
Yeah, I think on that point, it often depends on whether that person has other clients that they're working with at the same time, and so forth.
That's another indicia,
Right.
sure.
If they're totally dedicated to working for you, then more often they're an employee. Even, you know, you may want to call them something else, but then they're de facto an employee, and that has legal implications. But this unidirectional system, I try to get my, or flushing, I'm trying to get my head around it.
Sure.
Because I picture the last guy in the system is the one that gets mud out of his faucet. And so if I'm thinking that way, I'm wondering what other people might think about, you know, a process that starts like that. And I guess, first of all, I think we need to, if we embark on that system, we need to make sure that we have great communications with our users so they know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, what the impacts are going to be, and so that, you know, we don't get inundated, you don't get inundated with all kinds of letters, phone calls, you name it, emails, you know, and what the benefits are of this sort of thing. So I think in preparation, we need to, you know, pull together a package of information and figure out how we're going to distribute that to our users.
Yep, absolutely. Maybe I could better explain it in that we've got the town broken up into 33 zones, and each one of those zones would be cleared before you go to the next zone. So it wouldn't really be pushing all the contamination or all the debris through the system, because that would be bad too.
Yeah.
It's getting it out of the system as soon as possible, clearing a zone, then expanding that zone. So you're really kind of moving through with clean water, if you will, and not pushing it all through. So I probably didn't explain that well the first time. You're not going to be the last guy in with all the junk. You want to get the junk out as you go.
Yeah. Okay. You know, on the question that Tracy started to touch on with the $3 million of capital expenditure compared to $1 million today, you know, as I do the rough numbers in my head, we've got 16,000 users. So an additional $2 million is going to end up being somewhere between $100 and $150 per user per year, if I run the numbers just roughly. What is the rate approach on that? Is it 150? If it was $150, does each user get billed that, or is it built into the per gallon fee? And, you know, what is the proper approach? I mean, the utilities use flat rates and variable rates for different purposes, and I'm wondering if we've thought through what the proper approach is, particularly with regard to capital improvements.
Well, those are great questions. And a lot of those questions are answered in the next step, which is the rate study. And it's all about how you break that down. And the numbers might be right, but we have a tiered system, and most utilities have a tiered system. And so people that use more water are going to pay a little bit of a higher rate. And so that's something that actually DEP encourages because they want to promote water conservation.
Right.
So it really comes, the devil's in the details and how we work those rates out. And that really is the next step of the study. Once we've got a good solid handle on the operational costs, looking at what those capital costs and what that might do to rates in the future is the next step of the study. We haven't done that quite yet, to have that detail to answer your question.
Okay, because I mean, if you look at your electrical bill, there's a flat rate charge that you pay just for being a customer.
Right.
And then and then you get charged per kilowatt hour, depending on your usage. And so it's a combination of charges. And for the flat rate, you're paying for the distribution system, you're paying for the investment that the utility has and all that capital infrastructure, and I would assume for some of the maintenance of that structure. And for the usage, you're paying for how much does it cost to generate the electricity and run that through the system. So there's different approaches with that, and that's important to the users of the system, and it comes under a lot. In the case of an electric utility, it comes under a lot of scrutiny. So certainly, I think we need to be sure that if we commit to that kind of a change in the maintenance, and it sounds like we probably don't have an awful lot of choice. I mean, it's pay me now, pay me later kind of a thing.
Exactly.
That we're careful about communication and the proper selection of a rate structure.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say that, I had the ability to meet with Tig and Bon, and one of the things I was concerned about was a wholesale, basically privatizing of a system. And I think one of the things that I'm always concerned about with the privatizing of a system is how much money is somebody else going to invest in your system and the investment that you've already made. So I like this approach because, it's still our employees maintaining our system with our control.
Right.
Where, I think we have a little bit of, more of a vested interest than a private company who would come in possibly and try to make the most profit in their time, which would mean less reinvestment. So I think that this is a good short-term solution.
Yeah, good.
I think, I like Mark's suggestion about the advisory committee. I think a couple years ago when we had talked about wastewater, I think we also were, technically the wastewater commissioners at that point in time and water commissioners. And I think as the fee setters anyway, I think that that's appropriate. So, and, thinking about your point with the Tri-Town and, bonding and things that's going on, we're trying to make a plan, an overall capital plan or have our handle on it. I think it's, at least for right now, until we sort through some of this, it's important that we continue to do that and put in the work that needs to be done. But I do think having an advisory committee to help really be able to focus on helping you and the department really work with us and get to that stage is appropriate.
I guess the other, the other question I would have, particularly in terms of combining the water commission with the sewer commission, is that my understanding is the sewer commission is going to be potentially a commission that is made up with appointees, like a school committee, and that they'll be in charge of the overall administration or policy setting with regard to.
That's how our Board of Commissioners
Right.
typically works. That is why we have maintained being the water and sewer commissioners.
Right. Well, yeah, but I'd be concerned if that, we wouldn't want our Yarmouth-only water department and commission to be part of a regional
No.
wastewater and.
Yeah, if I may, to kind of give a little bit more detail to that. So what's potentially in front of you for the future would be the 3 towns would agree for the management of the plant, which will be hosted at right now it's proposed in Dennis, that the treatment activity is governed by some number of commissioners sent by each town based on whatever agreement the 3 towns decide to. Within each town, though, is this collection activity that we could, right now, the board is designed to be the sewer commissioners on things related to inside the town boundary collection point. At some point where the pumping has to occur, where we get rid of the material from our town lines to send it to the plant, then that would be their governance structure of the independent commission. So it gets a little bit complicated. There's a couple different models. I mean, in a community that had a pre-existing sewer operation that has revenue and ratepayers in its own enterprise fund and then its own water fund, you can keep the two funds separately because they're both on their own, they're generating. But in our case, we kind of have a unique opportunity in front of us, because if wastewater does get off the ground, you're creating something from scratch. There's already a great base from the water department side of things. There's a lot of decisions, though, for us in the future as to what is the best model for governance. I wouldn't forecast any idea of what that will look like finally, but there's a lot of things we'll put in front of you in the coming months as it relates to what those options could be. So.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I guess the question I would have for Dan and maybe for Jeff is, are you getting sufficient enough direction? Is there an area that maybe we need to touch on a little bit more?
No, I think the particularly, like, it's the short term, if you're supportive of the contract ops model, and I can give you an example. In Westfield, when I was there, we had a real meltdown on the wastewater operation, and we had a regional strategy to connect two other communities to the plant, and we knew, almost to the point where, like, here we were undercapitalized, we had allowed staff to dwindle, we didn't develop staff, we had problems with licensure, so we ended up using CDM at the time to manage with a in-house manager the path forward. There's a certain complexity here that Jeff had touched to, is in February of this upcoming year, the town all of a sudden will be governed from worker safety perspective with OSHA rules. Never had that before. So safety and health in the workplace at the municipal level has always been a function of collective bargaining agreements, but not much else than that. If we contract out, that infrastructure for the management, what that firm would bring is already knowledge for a water treatment operation, what OSHA rules look like for that workforce, and all the written programs that come with that. And there's starting to be a debate along the Cape as to what the impact of OSHA rules will be on our towns, because, like I said, none of us have ever had to be governed by that. So it's attractive from that perspective. It's attractive because, as Jeff illustrated, this licensure issue, staff development, all of the things that come with running a good, sound organization. It'd be really nice to be able to have that supporting structure, get it up and running, get it to where you want to be, and then they hand you the keys to the event, and it's in good shape,
Yeah. Mark?
Can I just say, I'm totally in support of that. There's so much work that needs to be done that I think that's the best way to get a lot of work done in a relatively short amount of time. Is that a fair?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. So count me in totally on board.
So what we would look to do is quickly generate a request for proposal for that service, get the feedback, and then present to you the top candidates for decision-making on that. I believe, as water commissioners, there's a certain amount of, clearly being a dictatorship is probably the most efficient form of government, but this is the public's resource, right? So the commissioners, in your role, is that this is the most important thing a community does, next to probably education, making sure you have sound, good drinking water. And to have the bureaucracy all these years operating like this without the governance of an active, engaged commission it's a huge responsibility. And I think moving forward into the future, having that advisory committee that meets on a regular basis, probably at least monthly, to talk about capital, governance, licensure, treatment, what that all looks like, and then come to you on a quarterly basis with these recommendations. That is a good model for, it's the most important public utility we have, is your drinking water. So I would look forward to being able to have administration report like that out to a governance board to go to you folks. I mean, Tracy and I were shooting at each other some looks. If we were to take that on our own as a board.
You said you wanted to meet more, Dan.
Oh, I know. Wastewater alone is going to cause a lot of that demand. But I mean, I just think with all that's in front of this board already, to be able to have a surrogate do that for us would be hugely helpful. Because to do this appropriately is a lot of labor on a commission's point of view.
I would agree. So, were there any other areas that we should examine, or is that?
I think in the short term, that's the most significant one.
Okay.
And, you know, and then once we can do that, then we would have a further plan of action for you to consider.
Hey, it sounds like we've got a consensus on that at this point. So,
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks very much, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Very thorough. Okay, next up, exciting DY school
let's talk about that.
negotiations. Oh, joy.
I included in your packet a correspondence that I received from Liz Sullivan, the administrator over in Dennis, relative to their interest in restarting or reestablishing face-to-face DY team negotiation meetings. So they reached out to us, and I sent a letter back indicating that we would certainly welcome that opportunity and thank them for that correspondence. And I said, we'll leave it in your court as to when. I do believe they're meeting tonight, and they're going to appoint a representative to that group to take Mr. Turner's position. I believe it's going to be Cheryl McMahon. So I understand that they're anxious to get started, and I suppose well, to get restarted. And right now, they did not put forward any agreement to the school committee. Only our agreement, our version of the agreement's in the school committee's hands. So that's where we stand right now.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is the, Tracy, you could cover the school committee action last night, just so that.
You mean the non-action?
Well, you can cover the activity last night, but, you know, the other thing that seems to be occurring is that there's a gathering of the Dennis Finance Committee with the school committee representatives from Dennis with regard to the DY regional agreement. That will have already occurred this afternoon.
I thought that was with the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee and the whole Dennis side.
The
basically.
Finance Committee had actually 3 meetings, but it included the school committee representatives from Dennis, and I assume that they were reviewing their thoughts on the regional agreement. But in any case,
Well, first and
Tracy.
foremost, just from last night's meeting, the first topic of discussion was the funding of the school building, okay? So they talked about whether or not they were going to do the town meeting or they were going to go right to a regional agreement, which I guess I'm a little bit confused as to what we did, what happened with that vote that we did, if a letter was sent to them, if we got bad advice.
No, can I explain?
Yes, please.
So that provision that allows the, and Jay was here, he was going to talk that if he had an opportunity to tell you, that allows them to, if you will, short circuit the town meeting. They reserve that right under the state's law for regional school
They
districts.
do, we don't.
No. So if we were to start the process, and I think the best way to illustrate that is to, if we thought that was going to be successful, to have the 2 towns work the agreement so we know the cost share, have meetings with the public, go to town meeting and see what the vote is. But this provision that allows the school committee to do a supermajority vote, to take it directly to the ballot, they reserve the right at any time to do that. So there's no way we can intervene that.
Even after a town meeting fails.
That's correct. That's right.
So even if
Yes.
they go to town meeting and fails, they still have.
That's exactly why that provision was put in the law. Yeah.
So that was the first topic I was a little bit confused about. Then they had no discussion on what we had presented. They were going to talk about it. They said that the whole thing needed to be redone on one hand, and then on the other hand, they said they wish we would come to an agreement. Well, in terms of Liz's letter, in my opinion, I don't know what's going to change with one member. The full Board of Selectmen has made it very clear that they will not be in disagreement with their Finance Committee. So we can go round and round, and we can continue to do this, but time is ticking. And it was very frustrating last night when they had our draft in advance, and they had no discussion on any substance of that. They said perhaps in July, Carol could make her recommendations. We're all over again. That's exactly what's going to happen. So I guess I'm sorry, but at this point in time, I'm with Eric. I think that this is just going nowhere fast, and it's completely intentional. And if we don't act, the train's left the station, and you know, we're going to have this building that's going to be shoved down our throat, and we're going to bear the cost of it. And so we need to do something.
Anyone
I don't
else?
think the recommendations that we put forward were,
Recommendations.
they were recommendations, but they were not, we weren't asking for 50/50. We were being very, very fair in our requests. And
Oh, you mean the amendment,
The
amended agreement?
amendments,
Right.
yes.
Okay, okay.
in an effort to help move it forward. We weren't digging our heels in and saying that this, you know, it had to be 50/50 or whatever. Now, I know that there's some people on the other side that say 50/50. Well, you know, what I'm tired of is saying one thing and the actions of another. So until I see some actual actions from them, I have zero faith in this process whatsoever.
Well, what do you recommend in terms of next steps?
Well, potentially, maybe we should just bring the article to town meeting ourselves.
We can't. We don't have that power.
No, we could. It just wouldn't necessarily if it went down to defeat. So let me kind of back up a little bit. The other night, last Wednesday, at the school building committee meeting, the MSBA requested that the school building committee take a vote to confirm the Station Avenue site 4 through 7, okay? So they understand that we're at the tail end of the process here. They had gotten information somehow that there was in the two towns an idea that we should do our own project, they should stay and do Wixon on their own. So the school committee, building committee, took the vote to affirm to go forward with the Station Avenue site 4 through 7 model, okay? So now that's the official communication to MSBA. So whatever Dennis is talking about, not wanting to be a partner in this school project, the representative from Dennis in that group, essentially Jim Dykeman, was saying, well, now it's time for you to go back to your community and say, this school building committee, which is authorized by the school board, has said this is the project. On our side, the same situation. So at that point, it really becomes a matter of, I think, in the intervening months, we need to work out with our partners on the other side how to finance what that is. If we don't get to that point, that's when the school committee could invoke that provision to go to the ballot on their own. And that was reiterated to me today again by the chairman when I spoke, or by the former chairman, when I spoke to him today about what are the options. I think everybody would agree that if we could get on the same page about the 4 through 7 at Station Avenue with a capital split that we can agree to, we could jointly move together. Now, what's interesting is the folks in Dennis didn't seem to have an appetite to do a direct-to-ballot situation either. They're finance committee members that for the first time we're hearing that. So there is a small window of opportunity, but if we don't get that across the finish line jointly to get to town meeting, then the school board will have a decision to make on their own. I don't think politically it's good for them to go that route, and that's what I told the former chairman today, Mr. Tierney. I think the best thing for all of us is to get together on the same page to put the project in front of the people. Because for all the reasons, and Norm, you were in the meeting,
Yes.
all the reasons to do this 4 to 7 school make a lot of sense for us, for both of us.
Well, I think, you know, at this stage, all that, or where we are is that they're going to appoint a new person, presumably Cheryl, and indicate what they have for, what they would like in terms of a schedule for a meeting. You know, one way or the other, no matter, if we decided, first of all, to put something in front of our voters at our town meeting is of no consequence. Under the regional agreement, the only way that an amendment to the regional agreement can be put forward is through the school committee for it to be binding. So we could put it on in front of our town meeting, but it wouldn't be binding.
So we wait on them to do, they said last night they're gonna wait on us and hope that we can come up with an agreement. Well, it's clearly
I think what they said last night was they need to have legal review and review by the department, I guess it's, is it DES?
DESE.
DESE.
Yeah.
And that they need those two reviews. And my sense was that they asked Carol to do that.
Yep.
Carry that forward. Okay, so that's the logical next step. I'm not sure I would have expected them to do anything else other than that without having a legal review and DESE saying, yeah, this is okay. I'm not sure that we should expect them to vote and
I didn't expect them to vote, but to have some substance conversation, because now that's all gonna be put off another month. When are they taking their vote on, they're taking their vote next month?
On
August?
for what?
On the funding?
Oh, I don't,
What is the
I did
next
not,
step?
I did not get a determining vote on when that would occur.
On the building?
On the building.
And the timeline for that vote is October, correct?
It sounds like it's late October, that's
Okay.
correct.
I think I think as a board, we're going to have to decide on a what-if scenario. What if the regional agreement negotiations are unsuccessful? And decide whether that is going to impact our recommendations to the community with regard to the 4 to 7 solution.
Well, I can tell you that now, my opinion is absolutely yes. I think that, again, this isn't anything new. Number one, our committee has broke down. They have put off and continue to put off. Actions, they can say what they want, but the action is they have not called a meeting, regardless. And two, without a fair agreement, I will not support that school until we get a fair agreement. It's not fair to our taxpayers.
It's probably where I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board members. I know I tend to agree with that, and I'm not going to recommend that our taxpayers fund 67% or 68% of a new school, because I just don't think that's fair.
Nor do I.
Right.
I won't support it either.
So, but this is the same conversation we've been having for how long?
Well, it is, but, I guess in spite of that, I think we need to move forward. We need to have the discussions, talk with them, and find out, whether they're going to move forward or continue to drag feet. I think we'll know that very quickly in the first meeting as to, what their intent really is.
In the first minute?
Maybe in the first minute, that's right. That's right.
Tell you the truth, when I saw this email, I was quite surprised about the way they characterize how the discussions went between the two subgroups in the support staff. For example, she says, the consensus of the board was they very much remained in agreement and working cooperatively together with Yarmouth on the regional school agreement. I found that working cooperatively language a little bit surprising. And it goes on, and specifically continuing the important work that has been completed through the subgroup to date. I don't know that they ever voted to accept anything in terms of the discussions, and I mean zero, nothing, nada, whatever other words you want to apply. And it says, Dennis strongly feels great work has been done to date. I'd like to see what they're talking about. I was wondering if, I had inadvertently forgot. I went back to my drinking days, but, and missed out in terms of what was really going on there. But, so what I think, if we agree to do this, as you said, Norm, we have to go in there and say, look, here's what we propose on capital, yes or no?
This is, well, we have an agreement. We have an agreement draft.
Yeah.
There it is, it's on paper.
Respond.
And if they don't want to do that, then that's it.
Did we not already hear their response in their public meeting? I thought we did hear it, because the meeting that I watched, I heard the response, which is why we decided to ask the school committee
Right.
to put it before the voters.
Their response.
My understanding was that they did not agree to anything in that agreement. They did not commit to anything in that
They did
agreement.
not commit. And I think saying they did not agree is a little bit different from saying they could not make a decision because they were uncomfortable as a board with with the finance committee recommending one thing and the select board perhaps having a slightly different view. So they deferred making any decision until they had an opportunity to meet with their finance committee.
Unless I'm wrong, Norm, I think that after Rich Bienvenu and Carol came up with that list of shared expenses.
Right, the 2.9 million.
That you and I had indicated was not final on our part. There were some other issues we wanted to talk about, that they not only said they would not talk about any additional expenses, but they wanted to pare down that list that we understood they had agreed to.
They wanted to shave it by $500,000.
And I don't call that an agreement.
Right, no.
I also remember statements, at least that Jim had made from the Finance Committee, Jim Platt, that they weren't going to agree to make any changes on capital.
Right.
None.
Right.
So I don't call that an agreement anyway. And as you and Tracy just indicated, to recommend a new school based on that traditional split of basically 2/3 Yarmouth and 1/3 Dennis is not in the best interest of the Yarmouth taxpayers, and I don't think this board's going to support that.
Right.
So, I mean, they have to fish or cut bait at this point as to letting us know, in terms of where we left off, yes or no on the share of capital and on the share of the ongoing expenses of operational expenses of the schools. If they want to go back to square one, then frankly, I don't think we should continue.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I don't see how changing Cheryl on that subcommittee is going to change any of that. The board has our document.
They do.
We need them to please make a decision so we know what we
I think you're saying it a different way, but
Yeah.
pretty much the same thing that I'm saying, Tracy.
I mean,
And
in no
I
way,
agree.
shape, or form do I think saying we shouldn't meet is good, because I think communication's always good. But we're doing the same thing over and over again, and nothing is changing, which is why we made that choice
The
in the first
definition
place.
of insanity, right?
Just like every budget year.
And I think even with a 60-40 capital split, I think that's where we left off.
That's where we left off, yeah.
It's not unreasonable at all. In fact,
No, it's.
that's a compromise number from where we really wanted to be, which is at 50-50.
I think that at the 60-40 combined with the 2.9 million is, at this point, acceptable. In my view.
I would agree, but I think it's not only acceptable, it's bottom line.
Right.
That's it. I mean, we have come down to those numbers.
From my perspective, we go into a meeting and they say, well, let's, we're not going to agree to the 2.9 million, and say, oh, well, let's go back to, we'll share capital based on equalized value.
I'd sign on that right now.
One thing or the other,
They'd be
it's
paying like
you can't-
55%.
Right. Yep, I mean, you take 55%, we'll take 45%.
I'll do it
You know,
tomorrow.
and you don't want the 2.9 million? That's fine. You know, let's go at it a different way. But, you know, the numbers, by the time you get done with it, will probably come out the same, you know, if you work it that way. But, you know, we all feel the frustration, but
And we've raised the issue to Cleon, and I'm not blaming Cleon because I think he did try hard, and I think he did work diligently, and I think he provided good leadership for the group. But we've raised the issue of good faith negotiations. And that's, if we're going to go forward, that's what I expect. And I think good faith negotiations is not to have somebody come down from where they would like to be to their absolute bottom line and then say, okay, let's start from there. That's not going to happen.
I don't think we conveyed that very well in our letter to the school committee. I think it was, you know, I think our letter should have been, please, you know, accept this, and we've sent it to, Dan did say we sent it to, but it wasn't like, we're basically, they took it as we're gonna start over, which I agree it needs to go through DESE and their attorneys, and we did the same thing. We had our attorneys look at it. I think it's completely appropriate. But we're gonna rehash this whole thing.
I think their attitude about, well, why can't the two towns get together is pretty much where they started at the town meeting 2 years ago. They said, look, this funding problem with the schools isn't us. It's the two towns can't get together. And that's what, and you know, I understand that to a certain degree. I really do. The agreement should come from the two boards, and it should go to town meeting with support of both. Ideally, that should happen. But the reason we were taking a different route with it was because we couldn't get anywhere. And so I'd be willing to go back there one last time, and if there's progress and there's a commitment to reaching a fair agreement, I would be willing to continue. But if I detect delay or some kind of lack of good faith, some kind of a failure to appreciate our position and our taxpayers' position, then that would be my last meeting.
Do you want that in the form of a motion?
Sure.
So moved.
do we really want to take a vote on that at this point?
Well, I think
I'm done.
we're just,
When I
exactly,
say I'm done,
exactly.
I think we need to send them a letter and say, we need your answer. Please give us an answer as a full board, or give us your counteroffer.
I'll draft a letter tomorrow that,
Makes some sense, yeah.
because after, they'll have a meeting today, right? So
Yeah.
requesting that we have sent our version of the agreement to the school committee, maybe along the lines of before we meet again, we would like to have a response in hand. Definitive on each of those topics.
Yeah.
Why don't we do even more than that and say, do you agree to the $2.9 million sharing of operational expenses, and do you agree to a 60-40 share of capital? Because if they say no, Norm, what's the point of going forward?
Well, I am mindful, Mike, if I will, that in a really odd way, by us not coming to an agreement, if the school committee does go to the ballot question, the agreement is split. The capital cost is based on the agreement that's on the books today.
Right.
And that really would hurt us too, you know, so.
Right.
It's confounding to be not dealing with a partner here that wants to negotiate of any level, but it's in an odd sense. They really, in this particular case, if the school committee goes to the ballot and the ballot wins, we get stuck with the split.
Well, it's in
that we
their
pleasantly
hands.
have.
And I can say that I have never worked against the school committee, but if that happens, you will see Tracy Post campaign against a project like you have never seen before. Because it's within their authority to fix it.
That's correct.
I think,
And Tracy Post will not be alone.
Dan, I'll work with you on the
Okay,
wording of the letter, and that's fine. I think we need to arrive at some.
I agree. Those are the two most significant issues of
Yeah,
the situation.
there's one other one that I can think of,
Okay.
but that's.
Yep.
Well, the reality is we seem to be on the verge of an impasse, right? Isn't that pretty much it? We're there?
4 items that
right?
need to
That's what we're
be
trying to
in
find
that
out.
letter. There's
Okay.
4 items that need to be in the letter, so.
Lay them out?
The other thing I have to say here, we have to keep in mind our relationship with Dennis is more complex than simply the school agreement. We're talking about embarking on a very significant partnership with regard to waste treatment that would benefit both towns, certainly would benefit Dennis enormously. And there have to, in some way, someone's got to get across to some of the people in Dennis who are being penny wise and pound foolish. That, you know, if you cut the legs out from your partner, do you really expect them to stand beside you for the next round? I mean, really? Why the hell would we ever move forward in a increased partnership with regard to another significant project when we have had total lack of cooperation and real negotiation? I can't imagine that.
Well,
And I would agree
can tell
with
you
that.
why. Because that's exactly what happened on the shoe on the other foot when we got this regional agreement, and we're still dealing with the effects of that.
You mean?
This board, and what happened when they renegotiated the last time. They cut the legs out of Dennis.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
exactly what they did.
In what respect?
In the override that they had to go to, in 1 year, it was $1 million it cost them, and they changed it
When they
unilaterally.
went to Chapter 70 as opposed to
You know-
the per
you know-
capita.
And listen, I'm saying that's it's been done before. So I mean, and we're not the same board. That's years ago. I don't think any document should be held for that long.
If you look historically at what was happening between the two towns, Dennis in 1992 or 1993 was 42% of the student share. By the time of 2007, when that decision occurred, Dennis was down to 36%, 37%. There had already been significant cost shift from Dennis to Yarmouth of fixed costs. I don't think that at the time we did a good job of saying, here's what's happening. Instead, we had and there were things going on at the state level with Chapter 70, and we looked to that as a solution. Well, in my view, that was the right decision, but it was done clumsily, let me
Right,
put
and
it that way.
we're paying for that still
We are
today.
paying for that.
Mr.
But
Chairman.
I still believe it was the right decision at the time, so.
Mr. Chairman, a moment
Yes.
ago, you and the town administrator were talking about drafting a letter.
Yes.
To sort of
Thank you. We'll come back to topic then. All right. Thank you for that reminder.
I know there's an enormous amount of frustration. I hear it. I think folks that are watching hear it loud and clear. But I think in the interest of just moving along with the rest of the agenda, it might
Let's
be
do
helpful
that.
just to...
Shall we vote on the motion that's on the floor?
A motion to commission the chairman to draft a letter with the town administrator, a response letter.
If that's the motion,
I'm not going to support the motion. I don't know what that letter includes. You said 4 items that we haven't even talked about, so
Okay.
you can send a letter freely, but I don't think that we should vote on something. I don't even,
well, I'm going to put the motion just to see if we can bring this to some closure.
I'd like a letter, but I think I'd like to see the topics that are going to be addressed.
Yeah, is there any urgency to the letter?
I think it could be drafted and presented at the next board meeting, or can be circulated. No, you'd think...
You can't deliberate through the circulation, so the only time I could distribute it, but I can't ask for any commentary till the next public
Okay.
meeting of it.
Yeah,
I
it's
understand.
an awful long time.
Okay. So this would be a letter that would essentially outline the major areas of disagreement?
Well, I mean, to everybody's point here, I
The
mean,
main features?
yeah, I mean, if I craft it with the chairman's help, I mean, what I've heard is that there's no point sitting in the room if there's no movement on those major topics.
I think I'd like to see us circulate the letter with the negotiation committee, with Mike and with Joe and Ken, and just have the negotiation committee review.
So to authorize the chair to circulate a letter, to circulate a response
With the negotiating
with the negotiating
That we
committee?
can turn around faster, yeah.
Yeah.
Then that's the motion then.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Nay.
Okay. Okay, we'll move forward.
I
So,
think, off of the record, a letter should be sent, but I think it should stick to the
Understand.
topics that we're not willing to move on, and I don't know what those other topics are. We may,
I'll be happy to talk with you and, privately about that and go through it and take your thoughts into consideration.
Tracy, worst case scenario, if there is another meeting, believe me, those issues will be advanced.
All right. On to Board of Selectmen goals, and so we received a fairly large
Yeah.
group of documents from Dan with regard to goal setting. Dan, do you want to describe the information that you provided to us?
Dan, before you jump in, can I just realized, oddly enough, for some reason in the packet, the FY18 progress report, which is a recap of the town's progress the past year, for some reason has some blank pages.
Oh, really? Oh, haven't
So,
seen those yet.
Here's a copy.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
This is not changed since it
Okay.
was last
All right.
included in your packet
Okay.
2 weeks ago. It's the same
Okay.
thing. I just want to make sure you guys had the right one if you wanted to review. and
Yeah,
just-
how about that?
You can just check that, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
This is the new one, the stapled in. These
Yeah,
are
so
last year's.
we had noticed in preparing this year
Oh,
for the
yeah,
goals
FY18.
for the board, that there's a fair amount of carryover from year to year on them. A couple other things that were of note was that during the course of the past year, there was a lot of, where are we on this topic? Where are we with that topic? And then the last part about that was understanding that the goals really should be more high level, and it's up to the departments to take what you say at a very high level and put the marching orders in place to execute those. So as a, for instance, water infrastructure would be a goal, good quality water infrastructure. I think tonight you heard how we plan to get there as a, for instance, from where we are. So the first thing that we wanted to do is because, I kind of came into this last year new and cold, obviously, because I was new on the job. I wanted to update you on where we are on the things that were important to the board last year. And that was part of the FY18 progress report. Yeah.
Switch that.
Can you switch that to the progress report? Is that
I
possible?
understand We're just going to do a presentation on what the future looks like with the software and some of the things that we've done.
All right. Well, we can.
But I can.
Yeah, I mean, you have it in your hands.
Yeah.
And this is something that, there's a lot of detail to the progress report. And one of the things going forward that we talked about internally, because we do field a lot of questions from the board members as to where are we with things, what's the status? I get that a lot. So one of the things going forward was what would be an outward-facing tool that we could use so that you could get the information as to where we are on your goals, real time, anytime, 24/7, and at the same time be able to begin the process of transparency and communicating with the public so that they can see what we're going on. And one of the things that struck us as we were looking at other communities and how they report things, there were significant metrics that boards in other communities task, say, the police department with. Like Frank likes to talk about the decline in B&Es, for instance. That's a great particular story in this town. on an outward-facing tool of strategic planning, we could put that up there so you could look at where our status is real-time on B&E situation, because it's almost like non-existent anymore. There's still a few that go on. The other one was an interesting topic tonight, and I share Mr. Nicanello's concern about this, and Mr. Grills is going to be in front of you shortly, about the problem properties. That database is enormous, and as part of our bigger goals of reducing problem property backlog by, let's say 10%, we can put up on the goals the problem property inventory and be able to show you real-time progress as we hit these things. Parkers River Bridge, Route 6A, these are all multi-year complex situations that we've developed a tool and have it financed by the Cape Cod Commission to be able to make sure that you know where we are all the time. But how we get there on certain things is where we'd want to focus the future on. And let me give you a for instance that is one of the latest ones. Kathy Bailey, and Norm, you and I dialogued a little bit about this, has garnered this recognition as an age-friendly intergenerational community. So what does that actually mean, right? She did an ageism summit the other day. It was pretty good. I mean, we had somebody from 13 all the way to Jack McCormick, 89 years old, in the whole thing, and a whole bunch of folks in between. But what was clear to us is that in that room of 80 people that particular night, 4/5 of them were over the age of 60. So what does our community, what does that designation, what can that do for us if we look at planning for the next 10 or 20 years? What are the services that we need, the housing that we need, the transportation? And we haven't yet developed a way to quantify that. So one of the things that we could work with the board on, if you charge us with the task of identifying the long-term needs of the community based on that situation, is you can, you have recreation, you have housing, you have transportation sectors, and those are the big picture goals, how to make the improvement over the next 10 or 20 years in that. And we could come up with what do we need for those steps to get to that community. So that was kind of more along the lines of goals in each of the sectors that are important to the board. And we would work over the future to come up with the steps to get those goals accomplished. Because it's likely that, based on past practice, even if the board members change, the desires don't change dramatically as to where you want to go. The other big one, by the way, is the drive-in site. That's certainly one that, what are the next series of steps in that to make that a viable site? So it was important to give it to you, the progress report. Take a look at it. That shows us on paper right now where we are on some of those big-ticket items. But Chris has queued up the tool that we got some funding for from the Cape Cod Commission on how to take your goals and your vision and turn it to an outward-facing program so that we can all follow along with what you want to have done.
Want to stand up here, or do you want me to just sit right here?
We have to have a microphone.
It's up to you. I'll stand. I like Jeff's style. So as Dan mentioned, we just wanted to quickly run through for the board for you this evening a quick recap of some of the steps that we put in place this year to help have the staff all kind of be in line and marching toward the board's strategic goals and plans for the town for FY18. And then we want to share with you kind of our vision for the future, particularly a tool that we've procured that we think will be really beneficial for not only you as a board, but for town staff, for all of our boards and committees and commissions, as well as the public themselves. So just quickly to recap, after the board set the goals last year, I think it was actually my first meeting here with the town, we went back and we worked with staff to make sure that those goals aligned with staff's work plan. So we wanted to make sure that everyone laid out what they were planning to accomplish or what they were planning to do to accomplish those goals throughout the year. That was big picture. We also established biweekly progress reporting. So departments would report up to the town admin's office their progress toward those goals, and we would in turn provide that to you as board members so you could stay updated as we progressed through these throughout the year. We also established recurring in-person progress check-ins where Dan and I met with department heads and division heads and other staff to make sure that some of the major key priorities were on track and we were progressing toward them as we should. And then we established the year-end progress report, which Dan just illustrated and went through for you. And I think this is a great document that we could put up online on the website as a great resource for folks to see all the great work that the team has done here. So that was our process this year. And while we think we set some really great steps and had a successful year process-wise, there were certainly opportunities that we recognized to improve that, and we've heard that. And so one is really providing staff with an easy-to-use tool to help coordinate and track their work. So we don't have all the town staff working in one building, right? We have multiple locations spread throughout the town, and often our work crosses, traditional departmental boundaries and actual geographical boundaries. And oftentimes it's difficult for staff to be able to coordinate successfully on work. You have to email Excel files and make sure that you update those yourself and then send those back out, or you'll have to go down to a specific location to get an update or work on a plan. And so what we really wanted to do was be able to provide a web-based tool that people could work collaboratively on and with wherever they are. Actually, they can be outside of the town of Yarmouth boundaries. The second point was, to seamlessly update the board and committees and commissions with our progress. On-demand reporting whenever you want to see where we are on certain status on certain projects. We've certainly heard that as we've gotten and fielded calls from the public, staff members, board members, committee members on, oh, hey, by the way, where are we with drive-in site, or where are we with negotiations? And so we wanted to identify a tool that could provide you access to that information at your leisure and at your choosing. The second, I think I kind of already touched on the cross-departmental collaboration and synergy amongst staff. And then the fourth point, Dan articulated really well, is tying performance metrics to a lot of the work that we do to really illustrate success in certain areas, not just say, well, we think this program had a good effect. We implemented it, and we'll cross our fingers and hope we get the outcome that we wished for. So what we did is we took those opportunities and we did some market research to get a sense of what's on the market, what can meet our needs here. So we started that process in December. We worked on vendor demonstrations throughout January and February with market-leading vendors in this particular area. So we looked at existing resources that we have already in place, like our OpenGov financial transparency software. We looked at our Munis application at SharePoint, but we looked at other tools that are out there that we don't necessarily have to see what the capabilities were in meeting what we needed. And then as we were having these conversations, the Cape Cod Commission reached out, or actually notified the towns on the Cape that district local technical assistance funding would be available for a whole host of various reasons, and we applied for a DLTA grant with the Commission. This was a core item, and we were successful, and we were awarded $35,000 from the Commission to be able to help fund and support this effort, which is a really great thing. And then after we got that award, we went out and we contracted with a selected vendor, who I'll just quickly show you their capabilities right now, with a company called Invisio. So Invisio is a web-based software as a service platform, and their focus is on strategy management for local government. It is the best cutting-edge leading software for local governments to put in a strategic plan and then be able to manage their progress and their status throughout the various stages of that plan. A few of the modules that they provide, this may be a little bit difficult to see, but happy to provide you with a more in-depth view of this at a future date. The far left is the planning. That is kind of an internal, how the application looks like to a user, like myself, perhaps updating progress on, maybe putting together this presentation for you guys this evening. The second piece is updates and dashboards. The same thing, it's just a secondary view of how a user would interact and engage with the system. The third piece, I think, is a key one, and this one is something that you may become familiar with, is reports. So the system will automatically generate the reports, any reports, as we design them, and can automatically send those updates on a recurring basis on a schedule to you, board members, to various staff, to other commissions, and we can tailor these to meet the needs of the various audience. So that's a really great thing, all automated. And then the last piece is something that's really interesting, and Yarmouth will certainly be the first on the Cape, and I believe will be the first municipality in Massachusetts to launch a Invisio public-facing dashboard that shares progress with the public, with anyone, on our progress at some of these high-level goals. So it's a really unique thing, and it's a great way to get get residents and other stakeholders involved in the process. Oops, and I actually just already covered all over these, and here are the better images. So here's, again, the user interface. It's what a user would see when they're updating status. This is something that town staff would pretty much see. These are the reports, something that, what they look like when they do go out. And then there's a close-up of the dashboard. So actually, the city of Scottsdale, Arizona, has their organizational strategic plan posted publicly. This is just a screenshot from their website. So what we want to do is, we're in the midst of board's deliberations on goals and setting those for this fiscal year and the coming years. And so what we want to do is, once we get in that place, once we get that finalized, we'll work with staff to make sure that we tie those to the staff's work plan and make sure that we have a work plan to meet these goals. We'll take all that information, and that's what we're going to put into Invisio. And then hopefully by midsummer, we'll begin our internal reporting. So once the goals and the work plan is there, staff will be able to start to provide updates, and then we'll be able to work with you to generate reports tailored to your needs that automatically get sent to you in whatever form you'd like. And then early fall, we're targeting a launch for a public dashboard, but that may scale earlier or later depending on how quickly we move forward. So that is just a quick overview of the Invisio tool. We think it'll be a really great beneficial tool for the entire community here. We think it'll assist us greatly in just coordination, collaboration, and overall efficiency. So we're excited to move forward with it and excited to work and partner with you to make this a great success.
Let me just build on that one, give you a real quick live example, because it was a part of a large debate. We had in front of you a while back a fee increase for ambulance service, right? And based on the fee increase, we projected a couple things. One is that it could support revenue for 4 new firefighters, because the call volume, which we could now track on this document, will show you incrementally over the last 15 years how that has just exploded. But what was an interesting part of that debate was the debate about receivables and outstanding receivables that go out after 6 months. And we talked about, well, I think it was a rate of return of like 94%. But what does that really mean, right? So in this particular tool, this is the example I'd like you to think about if we decide to come back to this topic next year. I actually had a case, because we talked about whether or not we should turn at the 180-day period to a collection service. And what does that look like? And we didn't want to penalize town people. And, there was, the consultant had indicated that, well, likely if it goes out over 180 days, it's probably not going to be collectible anyways. But I, interestingly enough, had a real-life personal situation where the school that my child goes to called the ambulance for my kid, okay? Without parental permission, stuffed me with a bill for $875. That was my share. And just out of principle, because the child did not need to go to the hospital and they did not have my permission to do that, I decided not to pay the bill. I just put like $20 towards it a month. 6 months in 1 week, I got the notice from the collection agency. You owe us this amount of money, or it's going in 30 days on your credit report. You know what the next check I wrote was? To the balance, $725 to pay that bill. So shortly after that event, what came across my desk upstairs was the write-offs for the ambulance collections. 2-year write-off record, $400,000 plus here in this town. So we might actually want to revisit, using a tool like this, that it could come up in front of you, how many of those people that went out over 6 months because out of principle like me, they're just stubborn, and decided, you know what, I'm just going to stiff the town of Yarmouth with that bill. In this particular case, what got me to pay up was the credit report and the dunning on my credit report. So in a case like this, one of the things that we struggle with sometimes in government is holding individual departments to measurable performance metrics. But this is a great example of what does 94% collection rate really mean to the town. And you know what that $400,000 over 2 years could mean? A couple more paramedics. to get us to the staffing levels that we're supposed to be at in that realm. That just is a real life, I couldn't believe the irony in that example that had happened to me this year. But, you know, there's, like I said, the opioid situations out there. Vineyard Wind, by the way, is one that I'm getting a tremendous amount of information from all different sources. And that promises over the next 2 years to be a huge challenge to our administration to manage. But it would be great to be able to have a tool like this that we can share with the public as to the status, because we're going to be inundated as we go forward with what's our position on this, what's the latest on that. And we, right now, we last year spent a lot of time thinking about what would be the best way to manage all the information. And then on top of that comes, even though these were the things that we wanted to accomplish because they were important to you, we get hit with all these other things that come along down the line willy-nilly, like who knew that golf would all of a sudden suck all the lifeblood out of us, you know? So for a lot of different reasons, this is why we decided to go down this road, because we do know everybody today is so conditioned to getting information. And I came across a report, I think Joe Hevner ran it. People at like a rate of 35% are using smartphones to interact with the town right now. And then altogether, all in with smartphones or tablets, it's almost 60%. So people are using those things anytime, any part of the day, anywhere they are, to talk to us some way or to look up on us some way. And this, going forward into the future, is a way to manage better these huge amounts of information. But more importantly, we could put metrics to all these things we want to measure to make sure that there's a good outcome and be able to see real-time progress.
So does this work best in the general sense as we've done before? Typically, because of exactly what you're talking about, it's nice to be specific, but, you know, we've always had goals that are general. Live within the constraints of Proposition 2.5, support affordable housing, whatever. Or does this type of program for you in building your action plan, are you looking for a more specific direction?
No, so this is a good question. So let's take opioids, for instance. It's easy to release from our mind what the impact on a daily basis is to this town, because unless you're following the newspaper or DCX's emails, you're probably not too in tune with the situation. But I can tell you that our
following his emails.
Well, there's maybe a few people that aren't, but there's a real cost on the street to this, whether it's in the naloxone, in the resources. Now, we have done some interesting things, getting a couple of grants to pay for some social workers to help address that. But we now need to start, on your benefit, is to say, you know, are we making an impact out on the street on this particular topic, and what does follow-up look like? So you would charge us with that task of reporting out the opioid situation, and then we would look to go back to you with, this is what we think would be a good goal to do. So I don't even want to take a stab at it now, but if I just were to make something up, say we're having 100 overdoses per year, which could be very conservative based on some information that we've seen, we would like to have a measurable plan to be able to, what are the strategies we could deploy to reduce that level to some degree, and we could, in a year's time, see if there's any measurable progress. Now, interestingly, on that particular topic, to kind of give you an idea, we were given at a managers meeting the other day an overview by a firm that is doing opioid litigation, multi-jurisdiction court cases. And what's frightening to me was the amount of money being spent by one of the largest producers of legal opioids, the amount of money they're spending on Cape Cod to visit doctors and educate doctors about their prescriptions is just a few doctors short than it is in all of Boston. So think of how small we are. So what they've identified is apparently Cape Cod is a great place to peddle these medicines. Now, what we do know is that these medicines eventually will lead people to be in a situation where they'll look for illegal sources to keep the connection going, right? So that being said, this firm was signed a settlement agreement with the Commonwealth back in 2007 in the millions of dollars. And my question to the attorneys at the time was, Well, what did we get for that? Apparently there was nothing, because they've actually, in the last 5 or 6 years, they've upped their marketing to the Cape and to the Commonwealth to keep pushing this stuff out there. So that spills out into the street with the demand for all the illegal activity that goes on. So one of the things that we're mindful of is the fact that on some of the other largest public health nuisances that have been out there, and one of them includes cigarette smoking, and the other one, say, is, for instance, asbestos litigation. You can track, particularly with cigarettes, at the time in which the settlements came, the effort of money put into the jurisdictions that received settlements, in the decline of the cigarette usage that subsequently declined in the health ramifications. We're just at the point now of discovering how much money is being spent to educate, apparently, about these drugs. We need to work on the strategy to get, like we did with cigarettes, to get people off of these things and start bringing the trending curve downward. So part of that strategy of solving this problem for this town is to understand more about that data, what's the status of how much prescriptions are going on, and then come up with a strategy to address that. And what we do know, there's a couple of what I would call very innovative strategies being deployed in other parts of the Commonwealth right now that are dealing with intermediate care for folks, particularly women with children. We don't have that right now at the Cape, and what we need to do is harness this information and go back to the legislature and say, hey, we need intermediate beds. So after somebody gets a overdose, what is the next step? Right now, the next step is on YPD and the rest of us in the population. And so there was, like I said, in that particular topic, it's such a large one to get our hands around right now, but that would be a very large goal for us to be able to measure, because once you can see it and see this information we want to track, then you can start working on how to address it. But as long as the statistics stay buried and nobody sees them, maybe except for once a year when the police chief puts out a report to us, it gets very hard to address that. So we've been thinking about some of the, to your point, Tracy, what are the points that we want to use to measure steps to get your goals across the finish line, and what that was. So we would come back to you with some of those intermediate steps.
It sounds to me, too, like the data's going to take time. You know, anytime out, you got to collect the data to be really able to put a good strategic plan in place. But, you know, for me, like, one of the things I think that we get short-sighted on, or not short-sighted, like, you know, a lot of our focus should be on things that either, you know, the budget busters or reduce costs, or actually, you know, business development that will increase income. I know that that's a general sense, but those are a couple of things I think that in this coming year, obviously, I know you guys always work on the budget busters, that's always the thing, but we've never really had a good strategic plan on how we're going to increase business development. We always say economic development, but, you know, focusing our efforts on the things that are going to generate revenue, which you have, and you've done a great job on that, is important. And I'm really happy about this because, you know, from what I've been watching, and a lot of our committee efforts are not in line with what our goals are, and I think that's a, you know, it's a big problem. So getting the information out, making sure that staff knows what, you know, we're all heading in the same direction, I think is very important. But I like the general top 10, you know, like we've done it in the past. And as you said, you know, even though the board changes, it seems to be pretty specific on what our goals are. And then, of course, I always call it the issue du jour, because we're running down a road and we're on path, and then, you know, the next big topic comes up and you have to drop everything and focus on that. But I appreciate all your hard efforts, and
Thank you.
I know that the work that you've done in a year, it's not an easy task at all.
Seems to get harder by the month.
It's a lot of fun. But to help the board get started with your deliberations, so in your packet, what we've included, there's a handout here that says FY 2019 identified projects. So what we did is we took the same format that we used last year, Tracy, with those top 10 core goals: expand economic development, ensure fiscal stability. And we actually went through a process where we worked with staff to recap all the projects this year, and then worked with them to help identify what are still the major projects that are tied to these goals that are ahead of you or you plan to address in the next year or so? And so we put them in this document. So you'll see the goals listed numerically, and underneath those goals, the focus areas as they've been described by departments. And then new is, under those focus areas, the department's kind of current plan on how they will, step by step, address those and reach those goals. So I definitely want to thank staff for putting this together, and I think it'll be helpful for the board as you deliberate and determine, what the core goals are for the town, to see what those sub-actions are and to work with those to really craft what the final plan should look like.
I think, just a comment, first of all, with regard to the strategic planning, I've participated in strategic planning in business, doing it the hard way. And, this tool, I think, has a lot of promise, and, I think it should help everyone. And I, to the point you were talking about, Dan, with, once you identify measures, then everybody that is focusing on that particular area will focus on the measures, and it becomes that's something that okay, well, how are we doing on this measure? So you have to be careful and get the right things to focus on.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That helps me with the personnel management, so twice per year since
Right.
I've been here, I've sat down with the department heads to focus their efforts, and that's how we go through their evaluation on those things that are advancing, if you will, the ball forward. And a tool like this is staring you in the face every day, because there is so much in front of us, so much noise,
Right.
that you can quickly become counterproductive.
Right.
But it's really helpful when we do a retrospective, and I like to check in with the staff, how are we moving on this? And
Right.
and you know me enough to know now that, we stay on these things, but every now and again, they slip through your memory, and, I gotta go warm that up. Well, now it's gonna be there, sitting there. And when I sit down with them, I'll be able to say, okay, here's the progress. I mean, Parker's River Bridge, I can't get over it. A tiny little bridge, how complex that's gonna be, 4-year potential project. So that's a good one that's got a lot of measurable milestones that we could easily put up there for the public and you to view,
All right, well, so this document is a starting point. We can use this and integrate that with additional thoughts that we might have.
Right, so you would like us to review this document, the FY19 identified projects, maybe add, subtract, should we, and at some point
I
at our
think that
next
would be-
meeting,
Yeah.
kind of go through sort of line by line to see if there are things that we want to have in, don't want to have in, and have some commentary, some discussion on that? Is that what you're?
I think that'd be most helpful.
I think that's a good process.
Yeah.
I don't know, how do you feel about it, Mike?
I agree. I think it's a great idea, and I want to thank Chris and Dan for their hard work and the organization it takes to put something like this together. What I think it does, in addition to keep you on focus as to, what goals you want to achieve, in avoiding a lot of distraction, things, as Tracy says, new issues pop up, things have a tendency to cloud over, what you intended to do from time to time. And you come back to this, and you not only have the goal, but you really almost have like an action plan. And you can get refocused and reoriented and brought back to where you were very, very quickly. So I think it's really good work, and I appreciate the effort you guys put into this.
Yeah, Tracy, back to your point about, where should our focus be on it? It's, what are your thoughts on that in terms of the level?
Well, I think it's hard because we're so
yeah.
vested and we're so, all of us, we're, everything that we see here, the information, all of it's important. So, I get bogged down in my head with getting excited about getting this done, or I look at that. And so that's where I have to be careful because, there's so much that's important to so many different people. And so that's why I think that when we step back and we just do the overview Because, some of these things may be important to me, some may not
Sure.
be.
Yeah.
I personally don't want to get involved in the minutia of that, because I think it's, as a general sense, the numbered goals are important, and it says our sentiment. I like that we had our mission is there, and I think it's important as they build it and we start to look at it, and I think the data is really going to be, I think, important going forward. In a couple of years, we'll really be able to look at it and probably,
That's the key.
probably really refocus what our goals on specific items where we can address.
Well, I think it also, if I can just add, it to the extent that there's a new item that comes up or a potential rabbit hole to get lost in, I think it's worth us asking ourselves as a board, where does this fit on our priorities? Right. Where might it displace some other activity? What I get nervous about sometimes is, you're right, we'll have an idea, there'll be something that comes up, and then we need to realize that that's going to, if indeed we want to make it a priority, then maybe something else might need to come off the list or maybe reduced in status. So it helps us sort of all be on the same page, and it can be helpful. Yeah. Also helps the department heads to have a clear sense on where they're concentrating their energies. What I'm struggling with is how do we get our committees, some of our committees, there's some committees that have a unique regulatory function and they review permits, but might there be some committees that can also play a role? Because we get asked, for example, from the planning board, from other boards, what would you like us to do? What should our priorities be? So it may very well be, as we go through this and do this, there may be some things that immediately pop up where we can have maybe a revised charge or provide some direction to a committee. So I think to some degree that
I agree, but I think that that's a byproduct of this, because the first thing is
Totally
expand
agree.
economic
Totally agree.
development.
Totally.
And I sat on the Economic Development Committee when it was first established, and what they're doing now with the tourism preservation funds, and I've been saying this for a few years, as opposed to the focus that we had them on originally, I think that the tourism preservation fund should be a separate subcommittee of that group, and it could possibly get back to.
So maybe we put that on the list of things to
Yeah,
to
but
work on.
I just think, all those things, it's just, I think staff has to look at them and know our general sense, and I think the implementation that he takes, I think, in terms of prioritizing, when all these issues come up, does it fit into the plan? Regardless of this document, staff has to do the best to protect us, and when things come along, if it's not on our goals and it needs to be addressed, it has to be addressed, and that's just the nature of the business.
I think what we're hitting on is the concerns we have for inconsistency between some of the committee actions and what our goals are, and I think that's a concern of ours. I think it's a community concern, because
Yes.
I hear things from the community about, well, you say you want good customer service and all this, but we have this problem and that problem, and and so it's kind of like at a national level reviewing all the regulations, and it's like
Well, the only way really to address that is as their terms come up, start replacing them with other volunteers, and
Or
it's
have them come in and educate them, or
But having
even go
this
to staff
tool-
and see if they can, carry that message to.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we want to focus on 18 and 19 going forward. One is community engagement. We want to do a better job. Like I spent a lot of time thinking about this ageism issue in town, as far as what does it really look like to grow older here? I know it's a huge challenge, right? So when meeting with that consultant that we had, what became available is likely we can get some financing from a variety of different foundations to go out and engage the community at large over the course of, maybe pick 4 different neighborhoods to go into them with a series of questions. You'd send out a survey in advance, but really to focus in on what is it, because this is collectively the residents' town, right? So a lot of times we sit in this room and we hear what only the most active people want to tell us, right? But if we go out and hunt them down and say, look, this is some of the things on our mind, and I kind of found it interesting, the whole debate about pickleball, whether you liked it or not. What's interesting, if you took a step back, you realized that battle that played out here this spring is going on in cities and towns across the country. And I don't know the attraction. But you know what? Maybe 10 years from now, I might be a pickleball player. It could be fair. So I think there's some homework that we need to do as a staff to collect that data for you. And, and it's that topic, I think about, like, what could we do economic development? We have met with a lot of different state departments. Jay Ash, the secretary of DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development, is supposed to be coming down to see us in July to talk a little bit about what economic opportunity wastewater could present if we had that infrastructure. So, I mean, among other things, we do know that without a cost-effective way to deal with waste disposal, our options are significantly limited, But I think it's really important that over the next 18 to 24 months, we engage the community in these different pockets to get a sense to where they want this community to be over the course of the next X number of years. And we would look to get some funding to help guide us through that, if, to use, Norm, your point, a strategic visioning, engaging the residents as to that the community input, I think that's like critically missing from a lot of that we've been doing since I've been here, is that we just don't get enough. I get some pretty unvarnished commentary when I travel around, but I think we need to do a better job hunting folks down. So
I think that about your age-friendly point. I think a lot about that because they're our biggest population. But I also think about those that are going to be here and able to care for those people. Yeah. And the demographics have shown, while that population is growing, we are losing our families.
That's right.
And so figuring out what we can do to change that dynamic, I do think that the quality year-round jobs is important. But I think the little things like quality of life, I know a couple years ago I was pushing for a splash pad. I know people in Mashpee love it. There seems to be a good quality of life with family. And you know what happened? It got bogged into something else, and
I don't know why.
and
I thought we were going to do that.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah.
But it's part of a bigger plan.
see if we can resurrect that.
Yeah.
Well, but it's the small. It's like the dog park.
I'm with you 100%.
Yep. We had to fight tooth and nail for 20 years to get a dog park, and I cannot tell you how much people love that. And it's a little thing like that makes the quality of life
They just
better.
installed one down at Bourne, and people are raving about it right
I'm
now.
telling you.
I mean, they are hugely
Splash
popular.
Park?
Yes, yeah.
Splash Park. I remember
tell you
John
what.
Cahalan once said that one of the things that he was opposed to was the Splash Park. He's on the board of Selectmen in Mashpee, and he said it was one of the stupidest decisions he ever made. He said because of the level of popularity. What it does is, and it gets to something that we've talked about before, Tracy, and that is the things that define community, that bring people together. The Splash Park in Mashpee is a place where the community comes out and people congregate, and they become reconnected to one another. It's like the dog park.
Yes.
It's meeting people that you heard about or haven't met, or seen in years. And it's those things we can't lose sight of.
Right, and it's the little things like that we have to think about all the population and making it a little bit better.
All right, well, we could talk for a long time. I think what we need to identify here is our next step.
I think the next step is we
get a workshop
put this on the
going.
next agenda, and I think we'll be probably ready to vote on it, and Eric will be there.
Yeah, I think we need some time set aside and for a workshop.
So do you want to do that as a workshop standalone? I mean, I hate to demand more of your time.
I don't know that we can, I don't know where we could fit that at this stage, but I think we need probably 45 minutes to an hour focused on.
Maybe we could do it at a 5 o'clock start, maybe a 5 to 6.
Maybe that would be a better approach, yeah.
All right.
But if we have that block of time significant enough so that we have, can look through this. I will say, I know Vineyard Wind is not part of this and needs to be.
Right.
Crafted this before that came back along.
So when we get back to our agenda, or get to our agenda, I think we can identify what date we want to select for that and go forward, so. Okay, I think you guys did great work on this. I really appreciate the initiative, all right, so, board and committee actions, upcoming, well, we're right there, upcoming agenda review. when do we want to actually do this review of the 2019 goals? And, you know, I guess I would suggest sooner rather than later. Is July 10th appropriate? Is that,
Chris is indicating to me, I think you're away, there's a number of staff away, right, for
Is there a reason
vacations.
why the 26th, there's no meeting? Is-
June, I
26th?
don't know if there is a particular reason, other than it's next week.
Because we could take care of our executive session item and goals, if the board so chose.
You think the executive session will be,
Fair point, it's likely, but I can't guarantee it.
So you're suggesting meeting next Tuesday night on the 26th? Is that it?
As an option,
It's fine with me.
because the next meeting's the
it's all right with me, I think.
It would be
Yeah,
abbreviated
and-
meeting. I mean,
Yeah, it
it'd
would
only
be, yeah.
Couple
That,
hours tops, you know.
take a
did you
look
say
at
a
the-
couple hours tops, abbreviated? I was like, did he just say that?
The way things are going these days.
Yeah,
couple
really,
hours is pretty abbreviated.
really. Yeah, I know, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know, if you did a 5 o'clock start, be out by, you know, maybe 6:30 or so.
Yeah, I'm all right with the 26th.
How's that work for
And
everybody?
what are we going to talk about, just goals and,
Goals
That
and
would-
executive session if we have the
Yeah.
paperwork in
So
order.
that'd be really two things.
Would it be difficult to post on our website the goals, just so that the public knows what we'll be thinking about, deliberating, get some
well, they're in there.
potential public feedback or awareness?
So the FY18 goals are currently posted.
Yep.
If the board chose, we could post the FY19 planned ones. The only thing I would caution is that departments and department staff have provided us with their kind of general idea of what a work plan looks like, and that may not actually ever happen or
Okay.
or be the right thing. So I just caution that,
Okay, then maybe that's not a good idea.
at least not yet.
Well, so for everybody at home that knows, the tentative or what we discussed tonight is in our packet under 2019.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's been some
At that point, It's
difficulty.
already public, right? It's already public
It's
information.
already public.
so-
Yeah, it is public, yeah.
But it's a
If
draft.
you can
It's in-
find it,
it's in
that's the
draft form,
problem.
I think.
Right.
We gotta
I think
fix
the
that.
problem is when people see this, they need to
Chris.
know it's draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta fix that, Chris.
What's that?
Well, I'm getting complaints from people having difficulty finding things
We're gonna have
like
a
that,
packet-
like the selectman
The
packet.
packet splash page, right?
Yeah,
It
we
won't
have
be
to have
able
a.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we need to do. Maybe it's just an oversight in the past. It hasn't been difficult to find it, but for some reason
I think
recently.
it's the clunkiness of the pre-canned
Yeah.
website that we
Yeah.
have that
Yeah.
hasn't lent
Yeah.
itself
Yeah.
well to
Right.
doing that kind of
Yeah.
communication, which
Yeah.
we're working on.
We have on our work plan to revisit the town's homepage, the calendar, the news site, and the committee page, which is
Mhm.
most frequently used just to put the information that people want right there and easy to access. It's somewhat of an undertaking, though, so,
You could put the link to put it on your Facebook page every week, the link to the packet.
yep.
All right, so what's
that would be
the,
helpful.
what's
because
the board's, the 26th sound okay?
That sounds
Tracy?
great.
How do you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No place I'd
Mike,
rather be with on
you
Tuesday
all right?
night than
All
with you
right.
guys.
You want to do 5 or 6? I mean, since it's, you only have 2 items on there.
It's gonna rain.
Defer to
Yeah.
Dan.
'Cause if it rains, then I'm okay with
I'm
it.
always better with early. I like to go to bed early. Getting old, you know, so-
I'm fine with 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock's fine.
All right, we'll go for it then. And,
Goals.
all right, other things on the agenda.
We may want to let Eric know.
Yeah, a couple things in July to look forward to is the Matrix Police and Fire Study is on the calendar for a presentation by the consultant. There's also, I don't know if it may, yes, August 7th, opioid litigation update. I think what we're going to do for you is bring in a law firm to kind of give you an update as to what's going on in Massachusetts related to this topic. There's a interesting situation. A number of communities went out ahead and signed on with some firms, and then they've retreated a little bit So I'm kind of glad that we waited a little bit longer, because now we understand why some folks are retreating from litigation. So I think August 7th will give us a good opportune time to take a look at some of the information we saw last week
And the
make a
hearing,
decision.
we just put on that night as well.
I'm wondering how.
The hearing?
The hearing, we postponed the hearing tonight to that August 7th.
Oh, yes.
August 7th, yeah.
You know, at the last meeting, we talked about having Vineyard Wind do a presentation and also public hearing, and, you know, public hearing doesn't have to be on a select board night.
Yeah,
I'd prefer
well, I don't know if
that
I'd want to
be.
call it a public hearing yet,
Well,
right?
no,
A public
no.
informational session?
Informational
Yeah.
session, right.
That might be a better way to go. We could certainly do something like on July 24th or July 10th.
Well, I don't think that it necessarily should be part of a select board
Do you
meeting.
want to do it separately?
Separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Well-
that it's better to have it separate
Okay.
and,
I would
and,
Then you're
yeah.
left with the 17th or the 31st
Having the Vineyard
as a
Wind be
possible
separate.
Tuesdays for that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we work with them on that?
Sure, absolutely. I owe them a phone call anyway, so
Okay.
they called me today.
And,
Is there a preference as to the 31st or the 17th that you'd want to have, or?
Any thoughts on that from the board in terms of when, I mean, they've got 1,100 pages to choose from, so.
Yeah, let's hope they answer those questions, right?
That's right.
I mean, I think they would probably, I mean, I can give them either one and see which one's preferable.
I mean, we're really looking at almost a month's notice
Yeah,
to them,
correct.
so that's plenty of time.
Yeah,
So let's try for the 17th and see what they could do. And you know, we need to insert some time in our agenda as well for Vineyard Wind to come before us, and
Well, the thing that I'm concerned about is making sure that as a municipality, you know, we're able to keep abreast of the issues that are being raised, not just within our own community and among our own department heads, but also some of the issues being raised by some of the other state agencies and other organizations. I feel like we're a little bit hamstrung in terms of how we engage Vineyard Wind. It's almost from we're at a sort of in a position of weakness right now, because I think at the very least what we want to do is to make sure that the project or the project developers are at least addressing a lot of the environmental questions. And then there's the point that Eric keeps mentioning, which is also a concern by many residents in the community. That is, to what degree does the transmission provide access to another potential project? And there may be until we identify and feel comfortable with the issues that have been raised and what's going to be necessary to try to mitigate or deal with them, I think to some degree it's almost like the threshold question beyond the sort of the idea of negotiating an agreement. I've had this conversation with them myself. I said, I can't, you know, you've written letters opposing the state doing studies to get answers to our questions, but how do you expect me as a member of a board to vote in favor of a project
if we don't have answers?
If I don't have answers,
Right. Yeah.
Because it's a and to say somehow that for us to get the answers, we have to sign a host agreement that in some cases pledges support. It's putting the cart before the horse. We need to know that there's some level of assurance that the community's not going to be harmed, or the environment or the resources that we're sort of stewards of to some degree, you know, are being adequately protected. And so I think at some point we got to get out of this sort of circular conversation. And I mean, I personally would like to see them put some resources on the table so that we can adequately, when they submit answers or respond to some of the issues, we've got someone looking out for our interests who can intelligently analyze them. Now, I know there's some question as to whether or not, you know, a developer can set aside monies for that purpose that a town could tap into, but I mean, they're doing that in the MEPA process. They're setting aside hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the studies that the state's requiring them so that the state can determine whether or not to issue permits. I have a hard time believing that there isn't some way a mechanism can't be created where funds are set aside so that the questions we have can be answered. If they're not going to answer them, then we can at least have some of our people scrutinize the project and help inform us.
I did have a conversation with Nate.
Yeah.
And, pose, not those exact questions, but something similar to him. And I said, we're having a hard time moving forward because we're not experts. We don't know how to deal with all this information. And, he suggested that, well, rather than try to move toward a final big host agreement, maybe we have a multiple stage series of agreements, with an initial one being something that talks about, okay, how do we get to first step? And maybe the first step is, getting them to commit to some dollars set aside so that we can analyze some of these questions,
right?
And then analyze some of their answers. But I think in order to even talk about that, we need to have them in front of us in one way or another.
Well, I think that's a good opportunity to stay there. So having had a few conversations with them, they are hesitant to do anything separate with us without knowing what the final permitting requirement's going to be, right? So that's what they say, not in so many words, like, that we'd like to participate in a Lewis Bay study, but, so they're waiting to see what the state will say about it. So there's that one aspect of it. And then the second aspect is associated with it is, just the value to it. So there was a point that Mr. Wolf made today. One of the things that's very complicated is the projection of the future revenue associated with the kilowatt generation of this thing. And, you could have a basic cost inflator for inflation to put in there, but if there's some significant ramp up, and I gave the example of an ILOT that I had with a power plant, natural gas-fired power plant, that ramped up significantly, 440 megawatts, which is less than this project by magnitude of 2. But that project ramped up to about $43 million over 17 years. The last 5 or 6 were $2+ million a year for just hosting the power plant.
Right.
So what has been troublesome to me is the conversation. We can't extract that information because we don't know enough about how to do this, and they're not willing to pay us to pay a fee to fund it. And in the case of the power plant in Westfield, the developer funded that study.
Right.
We picked who it was, but they paid for it. So every opportunity we've wanted to have an answer to a question, we haven't gotten an answer, like the cable.
Right.
I think they'll tell you on the 17th to the 31st, there's no way that somebody else's wind turbine project's gonna be able to tap into our cable. Well, that's the answer you're gonna get, right? Because they've already told me that.
Well,
So how do you verify that?
then they shouldn't have any difficulty with a net acceleration or a step.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we're like
Yeah.
negotiating significantly at a disadvantaged position.
I have a sense from talking again with Nate that they're less receptive to specific dollar amounts than they are to a community saying, well, look, we need a sewer system in this neighborhood, and we'd like you to provide that. I think they're more receptive to that kind of thing as opposed to a specific X dollars. And I don't know why, but I think that approach seems to be more palatable to them. But regardless, you have to be able to identify value. What is the value of of that?
Let me give you something to think about. When Cape Wind was first proposed, one of the big complaints was that we didn't have any ocean management plan. There was no sort of analysis of where the best places are to site these offshore wind farms, and where were some areas that we really needed to discourage their development. Because Nantucket Sound, you had those saying, hey, it's an ocean sanctuary, it's a very precious resource, it shouldn't be there. And there were those that said maybe south of the vineyards, in some other spots. So the Commonwealth of Massachusetts spent a fortune and came up with an initial ocean management plan in 2009. I was on the task force that the secretary and the governor set up to oversee that first plan. That's when I was working with the congressman. And then there was a new iteration of the plan in 2015. The plan was developed under the guise of what is called the Oceans Act of 2000, and I forget the date. But it was authored by Robert O'Leary, our state senator, and it was designed to fundamentally address what was lacking in the Cape Wind Review, that we needed a plan, where to do these projects and where to discourage them. Now, after many years of work, we now have a plan, 2015. The plan itself includes elements in it where they identify appropriate places for offshore wind farms and inappropriate places, as well as cables and transmission lines. And in the plan, as they've laid it out, they've identified what are called preferred cable corridors. All right. The preferred cable corridors, there's no preferred cable corridor that goes into Lewis Bay. The corridors from areas being leased in the current federal lease area are corridors that go to Sandwich, go to Mashpee, and go to other communities. But Yarmouth, Lewis Bay is not an area. So I think what we need, unless we're going to rely on ourselves to do this kind of detective work and this kind of homework and this kind of sort of staff work, unless we have some expertise to help us sort of examine these kinds of questions, we may find out that there's information out there that we really need to know to help analyze all this. So I think at some point, and I'm not suggesting we try to figure this out now, but you're right, we're going to have to put this back on the agenda, and we're going to have to figure out as a board what additional direction do we need to give the town administrator. Because my question for Nate Mayo has been, why aren't you utilizing the preferred corridor for cables outlined in the ocean management plan? That's a very legitimate question. I feel a little bit dismayed that people come here and criticize those who've raised questions. We've had it during public statements, people suggesting that those of us that are raising questions, somehow the questions themselves may not be legitimate. And
well, I guess, what's the best way to move forward here?
I'd rely on Dan for some
I would say that to get him in here, to hear from you in a public setting, all of these things that are on their mind, and let's hear what the answers are, because I have not been able to get good answers to the point where I feel like we can sit down almost to the point of like a school negotiation, to sit down with a partner who wants to work with us. I just don't get that sense.
Well, when you have the conversation about the public meeting, our board wants to have, a half hour as well to thrash through some of these things, and we need to be very focused, in that period of time as to, how we're going to move forward.
Probably want to maybe have at the next meeting, especially like if we do it on the 26th of the next meeting, a draft set of questions to give them in advance, very specifically pointed. I mean, I've heard this from Mark and other folks, why this, but, and I've only gotten from an answer because that's the one that makes the most sense for us financially. Well, tell us why not the other spots. So it's, if we have very defined questions for them, let them come in and answer them for us.
There are answers to that question in the 1,100-page report. There are answers.
I know there are.
But it takes an awful lot of patience to go through.
But for us to bounce that back, though, I mean, I don't think we have the legal acumen in our stable right now to be able to Mark's point, make an effective counter. 'Cause we'd have to counter that argument as to why not,
And let's just, this is my final point on this, and then I'll bail, but let's assume
Mr. Chairman, can we get back to the agenda, please?
We are on the agenda, yes.
On the Vineyard Wind topic, which you brought up, by the way. All I would say is that if all the environmental answers get addressed, what's a fair agreement?
That's correct.
What's a fair agreement financially? What's the number?
Well,
our fair agreement's going to be so fair that those other sites are going to look good to them.
Okay.
I do have one other thing that I think July 1 is when funds would be available for the DPW project.
Oh, that's correct, yeah.
You know, I think we've got to, seems to me, we need to think about community involvement and that, and the quote-unquote building committee. And before we start engaging our consultants, our design consultants to spend a lot of money, I think we need to get that committee organized and give them a chance to get their feet on the ground, and if they, a building committee.
Oh, did we talk about that before?
Well,
No, I'm just saying, it's something for the agenda.
Yeah, so a couple things. So I know Jeff is here. We've talked about it internally. The internal plan was to use the capital budget committee. We also spoke as a hybrid, you and I, about proposing to the board, maybe you take 2 members from there, a member from finance, you know, and then we get a charge from, like Orleans just went through this. Most of the communities that build these things have had building committees. We could get a couple of folks from the public sector, charge them, put that in front of you with the task of the committee to build this and do kind of like a hybrid model. Capital Budget Committee, correct me if I'm not wrong, Jeff, they had indicated to some degree they had an appetite to be that role, but certainly we could open that up and broaden it to a larger cross-section of the community. I know, you know, at least one member of the Capital Budget Committee's talked about having a building committee. It's a big project, no question about it. And most towns have done that of some kind.
We did with the fire station when we built it. It was very successful.
You know, I think they need an opportunity to go through things before we start laying out a lot of money with design and consulting to you know, raise whatever questions they might have. And
So let me get a proposal to you to consider at the next meeting. And
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, I'm sorry I jumped in on that.
No, I think that's...
Other agenda items?
I think right now, I think we're in good shape.
Okay. And so I just want, we had, Mary Vilbon talked about a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. I think they want to review their goals with us, and I think, Tracy, you would...
Yeah, with the executive board, I don't think in this
With the
forum,
executive board, right. Yeah, and I think we need to explore with her and their executive board what format that might best be done in. You know, I can only state, you know, personally, I'm not interested in just a show and tell kind of thing. I mean, you know, if we have 3 to 5 major things that we can agree that need to be areas of focus between the town and the Chamber of Commerce, and focus on those things as opposed to, okay, here's what we're going to do this year, and you know, we sit here and listen for half an hour.
Well, I suppose, you know, we could communicate to the executive board, find out what they want. I mean, I could think off of the top of my head, right off the bat, is you've got wastewater in front of us. There's the Mattakese reuse. We're starting to kick around that topic internally. It has some potential for some interesting community reuse, potentially. And then there's like the Vineyard Wind, just to prime the pump, if you will, you know?
Yeah. But they may have things on their mind that they want to bring forward. But I don't think we need something that is so general and
Drive-in site is on their mind.
Yeah, that it's just, you know, a show and tell kind of thing. But
I can, we'll follow up
with Mary. Okay.
See what we can come up with.
All right. Okay. All right. Nothing else on the agenda, and individual items?
No, the only other thing I wanted to say from last night's school committee was there was a great presentation from Gosnold. They had done a student survey, and I think there's a lot of really great information. They talked about the task force that they were going to share it with. I'm hopeful. I know Mr. Jenks is on our substance abuse committee, so hopefully they'll be able to get that data, and from that, perhaps. It was a lot of really good information. The thing that was so striking is that kids felt that there was more harm from cigarettes than from marijuana, and the parents as well. So it's interesting, but you know, they gave kind of an abbreviated one, but it was good information about about where we are, not only regionally but nationally. So there were a lot of really good pieces in that I was proud of, but it had a lot to do with us, in my opinion, because it talked about how they felt in relation to the community, and how if they felt that they were, valued or appreciated for some of the things that they did. So one of the things I've been thinking about in that respect is perhaps doing some type of scholarship for students. I've sat through a lot of scholarship years. None of them are for community service. There's not, out of all the years that I go there, there's a lot of scholarships, but there's none of them for their local community engagement. And it's something that maybe we could consider. But in any event, it would be good to get, the school committee didn't say what they were going to do with that data, but I'm hopeful that it will be shared with our substance abuse committee and ultimately maybe with this board. So it was good stuff.
Okay.
So.
Mark?
Just a couple of items real quick. Last Friday, the Dennis Harwich Yarmouth three-town clean water community partnership group met. And we talked a little bit about what each town is doing in the whole clean water, wastewater front. Dennis is going to be spending a lot of time talking about cost recovery and how they intend to utilize non-property tax revenues to finance clean water improvements. And I think some of their work is going to be helpful and be of interest to us. So I'm just flagging that they're going to be holding meetings. There'll probably be some newspaper coverage of it. And I know that's going to be an area that's going to be a priority for us going forward. One of the things we also talked about in our meeting was the need to sort of move on the town meeting vote in terms of drafting a legislative proposal to essentially enable us to work together as a three-town partnership to treat wastewater. So that work is ongoing, and I think we need to talk probably at some point of finding a date or two on our agenda to update the board on that, what that legislative proposal might look like, and to get some feedback and get some comment on that. So I'll just leave that with you and Dan, but I do think July's the month we've really got to talk about this. And then there's going to be a lot of discussion about this topic Cape-wide at what is called the One Cape Summit. I think we had it. In fact, I think just about everybody on the board showed up, or several of us showed up at the last summit. I think there's interest in the administrators being able to give a presentation very similar to the PowerPoint presentation that was presented to the DEP commissioner when we met at the Dennis Senior Center. So I think the idea will be to present sort of a general update for the Cape as part of the summit in terms of how we're progressing and how we're doing. So that came up, that's being discussed as well. So just to update you folks on some of the highlights of those discussions.
Okay.
And the other item is just sort of a pet peeve. But it's really important, and that is it's getting back at figuring out a way to get on top of the posting of the packets and the agendas. There's a handful of people in this community that follow that stuff very, very closely. And if they don't see stuff posted or they can't find it, I'll get a call. Yeah. Where's the packet? Where's the information? I was at the college today. I had some of my students basically say, okay, take a look, see if you can find the Yarmouth agenda on the website. Go at it. And I had several students, it's not easy to find. And I've asked them to find the packet, and they couldn't find that. So it's important for us as a board to make sure that the public has easy, ready access to our packet and our agenda to keep them informed. And if we've got a problem with the website, I think Tracy's suggestion of getting it on Facebook at least is a huge help. So I would urge us to take steps to provide much more access to that information. Okay. So those are my items.
Okay. Mike?
The only thing I can think of, Norm, is next Monday, Yarmouth Restaurant Association is having its alcohol education program. It's a very good program. It's separate than the one that Officer Magnuson puts on for the owners and managers. This one's for servers. And somebody comes from the DA's office, generally one of the assistants talks about the criminal aspects of serving minors, serving intoxicated people, and committing criminal activity within the licensed premises. They have another guy who's an expert on educating the young servers, and they generally are younger people, about how to detect false identification, the laws on what IDs you can accept and not accept, and have that safe harbor if you're getting inaccurate information. Progressive signs of intoxication and everything. It goes on for a few hours. It's a very good program. So that will, I guess, kick off the servers season. And I generally go to that. I will try to be there if my schedule holds up. Dan, are you going to that? You went last year, I think.
I did, yep.
What was your take on the program?
I thought it was good. I think one of my challenges, have been a former teacher, was that the location suffers from bad acoustics. So I would prefer in the future that they use a setup kind of like that could be done at the Moose Lodge, where you have the tables like in a square, so that the facilitator can present to everybody's face-to-face as opposed to the booth setup that Red Face has. I appreciate them doing that, but I think there's just something a little bit lost when the information was being transmitted. I never enjoyed talking to the back of someone's head, so, and Mark will attest to that, right? So, but I think that would be my only, other than that, it was great information, and I guess I was just, as you were mentioning that, the awesome responsibility these servers have, especially when you tie in the criminal aspect of it, and how, and you are dealing with younger folks, and the ID trickery that's out there today, the steps of intoxication. It's a lot of super important information. That's an awesome responsibility, and I'm saying to myself, at my age, I wouldn't want to be doing that, so.
And it's a voluntary program, but it's very, very heavily attended.
Yeah.
And they get a sign-up sheet, and so they know who's there and who's not there, so.
Okay, Dan, consent agenda.
A couple things on the consent agenda. There's a authorization for a park grant application. Park grant is a state program that allows us to, if we get awarded it, to use the money for, among other things, in this particular case, it would be for the Yarmouth, let's see, was it the Yarmouth Yankee Village project. We'd apply for a $400,000 grant to help offset any costs associated with the Yankee Village acquisition. So it's a state-funded program. When the money is obtained from this program, it has to be used, the property has to be used in perpetuity for land and water conservation purposes, which is right in line with what we were looking to do. So I'd look for, as part of the consent agenda on the vote, would be authorization for me to sign off on that on your behalf, and also to transmit to Karen Green, I would transmit to her the authority to be the individual grant recipient, and there's a spot on here for the chairman of the board to sign as well. So that's on there. The other one was, this was kind of an interesting project. The Cultural Center of Cape Cod is requesting, there's a lot of conversation going on and projects across the Commonwealth on using art to kind of like jazz up various public areas. And one of these particular locations they looked at was parking lot lines in and around the cultural center and the library to use. They'd solicit from artists different stencils. They come up with a framework for that, and the stenciling adds some very nice imagery to that area. It's all done very tastefully. We talked a lot about different locations where this could be done, and this is kind of like a pilot for them. So they wanted to trial this particular area, so that's on the consent agenda. And then the fee waiver for the trustees of the Yarmouth Port Library for their book sale, and then the gifts. There's been a lot of gifts to the town, like there is every month, on a lot of different topics. So
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 thank you.
Okay.
And then on the interesting email came across to us. It's from the sixth great-grandson of one of Yarmouth's most important citizens, Isaac Barry, who was elected town constable in 1774 and later served in the Massachusetts militia. Well, they're having a big reunion here in town, and they've asked if it were at all possible to have a member of the board say some words at the gravesite of Mr. Isaac Barry, who was quite a character. For the
Then we should send Mike.
Well, I was thinking about, I've had an opportunity to listen to Mike
haven't seen a
retell history to
1774
me,
reunion.
and I thought it was pretty good, and I thought of Mike, but there's a nice gravestone attached, and his gravestone is in a need of a little attention, but it's the family's asked if somebody could from the board address the descendants that are going to come, and that date is, I believe, July 7th is the.
Yes.
Exact date, right? July 7th? I have a whole packet here on it, so I thought I would offer that to you, so.
Is Mike willing?
We got a government teacher here, professor here.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right.
7th is a Saturday?
Yeah, I think so. We'll draw straws.
Draw straws, there
Yeah.
you go.
All right.
When you said a reunion 1774, I'm thinking, geez, these people must be old. But it's the descendants of this.
Yeah, so then one of the last things is water resources planning. I'm going to send some names to you, some folks under consideration. We got to get moving on that. We'd like to get some of your thoughts on the final names that have been interviewed. Selectman Forrest has been kind enough to diligently go through that list. We are a little bit behind the 8 ball comparatively to some other communities, but we're going to hopefully play catch-up ball.
It's a 9-member committee, and we just got another talent bank form the other day to help us round it out. So we're getting close. We're getting there.
How many we?
9-member committee.
That's too many.
3 are members of planning, zoning, or planning, health, and conservation.
The Water Resources Advisory Council, or advisory committee, they're designed to sort of oversee our comprehensive wastewater management planning process and assist and provide guidance to the selectmen on some of the approaches and some of our options. That's what they're in place for. Other towns have them, so it's important for us to help get some guidance from this group. It's a very, very talented. I can just tell you that the people that have stepped forward to express interest in it, it's an all-star team of people, and we just have been. I've been interviewing just about everybody that's been able to. I've been able to interview. That's
it's a big group.
Expressed interest in it, but that's in the charter. It's not like I came up with this number or Dan did. I mean, that's in the charter. Okay. We wanted to make sure that the watersheds were represented, so that there was someone from the Lewis Bay community involved. There'd be someone from the Bass River community.
It's a big cross-section, so everybody gets a chance
Right.
while we go down this road to weigh in on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there are a couple of at-large members, so you quickly get to 9.
Okay.
But I think it'll be a workable group.
Yeah. I think other than that, we've touched on the key points that you should be aware of going forward.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Motion to adjourn?
Second. Those in favor? Please say
Aye.
Aye.
How do you not get a second to that?
I know. It's